Good morning. Hello. I woke up early today, so I'm gonna do a stream. Why not? Let's do it. Twitch, hello please. YouTube, there we are. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay, we're looking good. I'm going to do some more work on procedural terrain stuff, as I have been doing recently. Last I left off, I was doing the spline distance calculations in a Niagara emitter. It was fun to learn about, because I've never done Niagara before. Huge thanks to Pixel Shake for helping me through that. And giving me the idea to begin with. Because I was calculating distances to my splines on the CPU, which was taking a long time. And you can actually see the Niagara emitter there. It was like popping up real quick, and I created a little subsystem to do this. And I'm ironing out the kinks with this right now. That's what we're doing. All in the name of optimization, because that was like one of my biggest bottlenecks. Okay, now this is an interesting result. That's fun. So the mountains, I'm using these spline. Let me click one here. 82, I think. Yeah, 82. So here's the spline, and this is supposed to be the border of this zone, and it should line up with the, where the edge chunks are. And I'm essentially just doing a lerp applied to a curve to make it smooth for every single vertex in these chunks. Now that requires me to get the distance to the nearest line for every single vert in every single chunk, which is it's a lot. And doing that on the CPU was very, very performance intensive. The rest of my noise generation is done in a compute shader, so that's very fast. And sorry for the sniffles this morning. Allergies are catching up to me in the spring. Now that spring's starting. But yeah, it turns out doing splines in a shader is actually really fucking hard. And there was nothing really super built in for me to go off of, so I would have had to implement the spline equations into a shader, which, is beyond me. That's a lot of math. And I was looking into it, it's quite complicated. And there's a lot of parameters to pass to the shader and stuff. So Pixel Shake suggested I do it in a Niagara emitter, and we were able to do that, actually. So I actually should have all that data. I was just trying to test it there again. I have this in Q spline distance calculation. And so essentially it creates this Niagara component, sends the spline to it, adds like a callback object, and sets this is a scale for this is so it's in the right world space when it creates this grid of points or whatever. And then when that finishes running, or I guess when that just runs the first time, we receive this particle data, and then I just destroy it right after that. So the astute observer would have seen when I ran this, a bunch of little grids of points showing up, which I'll probably just mark as not rendered. But yeah, the mountains aren't there, so something's wrong. Let's check and see if we have the data properly, because I just had to go and increase the there's like a console variable for how much data you can get back. This does seem to be solid numbers. This seems to be correct. And this is chunk what? What chunk is this? This is 1, 0. So this one doesn't have any splines on it, I don't think. I think I'm trying to remember back from when I was testing the spline. I mean, I think maybe like -3.0 was one of them. I'm gonna look for that one and see if we get. We're looking for like some zeros essentially, or some very close to zero numbers. These should be roughly ordered by distance to player. This is 2, -1. Does this have anything? I mean, this is even farther away. Interesting. Well, it actually... So the only mountain was at 0, 0. And these are getting farther away the farther they get away from 0. Or these numbers are getting bigger the farther away they're getting from 0. So I think maybe our spline isn't getting sent properly. I feel like, yeah, that's probably the case. Breakpoint there, I want to see what our spline is, because it seems like the splines we're sending probably just have no points. This has points. Wondering if I'm just not, it's not getting set properly. See, there are the particles. So yeah, the spline looked correct. I guess it just maybe wasn't being passed in properly. God, my nose is a shamble. Let's check here. Spline component. You still have... Yeah, you have 40 points. And that is on the spline variable. So let's go look at my like emitter here. Stop that. Oh. Okay, I guess it doesn't like being stopped in the middle of stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, restart that. My bad. So I tested this in blueprints and it was working. Like the spline getting passed in. So maybe I'm passing it in wrong. Check out that emitter here. Spline. Use LUT? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. But then I do... What's this? Oh yeah, this is the spline distance part. Can I rename this like scratch module or whatever? Where is the... Maybe I do that on the other screen. Name. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I mean it's called spline. Let me open up the little test I had here. Set Niagara variable object. Spline. I mean, I'm doing the same thing. Oh, set variable object versus set Niagara variable object. This is like the blueprint one, I presume? Please update to use the fname variant. Set variable object. Okay, which is the one I was using and what it calls anyway, so no difference there. What's the deal? What's the deal then? God, this is laggy having this open. Stop that. Oh my God, Unreal Engine. What are you doing? Jeez. Oh yeah, it was outputting all that data while I had it open. Oops. I can try again. I'll just, I don't know, I didn't really change anything. Not a triangle, don't care. I can already see that they're not there. I didn't change anything. Yep, okay. Whee! And I just went straight through. Cool. Okay, maybe I need to get out that vertical test thing. And I should probably open this up and export data. Delay between data exports is 10 seconds. Okay, that should be fine. Let's actually, can I make that 30 seconds? Mesh renderer should be displaying cubes. I see no cubes. I see no cubes. So it's gonna be like this, huh? This is how development's gonna be. Um, 58,000 particles. just do 41 by 41. Just to speed things up a little bit. I don't want their scale to be too small to where I can't even see it. So what's supposed to be happening is that these spawn particles are supposed to I'm setting their scale based on how far they are away from the spline as a test, just to visualize things. I'm not seeing them. Is the only way this was working was because because I had a default applied here? Is that the only reason it was working? The video I watched, the guy was doing it here. Where are my little particles? I guess there's only one there? Which is odd. Why does it seem like the parameters aren't getting set properly? If I do 50 by 50, do my particles show up here? They do. Okay. Why? I guess I'll set it in begin play as well. Huh. Why are none of these working? Variable name none. Well, that would make sense, right? Still not showing up. Oh, that was on begin play. Yeah, here too. Okay, there they are. Okay, and they are getting smaller towards the spline. Okay, so it is working. Yeah, it's working here. Am I sure I have the names right? Scale vector, callback object, line. I mean, there's not much else to it. There's not much else to it, really. I'm using the same exact method. I wonder if something like this is happening. That variable deferred. What does that do? Maybe I have to like call update or something. Is there like an update? Let me Google search here. Unreal Engine Niagara deferred variable. Maybe something is happening there. Oh, that doesn't really help me. Is more than I need. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting any help there. There's just like an update, something or other. It said it was a deferred variable. Potentially. I guess maybe I can... We'll just see. Do we get here or do we get here? Okay, so we're not even setting a deferred variable, so that's not even the issue. Oh, this what? Wait, why does this look different now? I didn't change anything. What? I didn't change anything. Okay, now the distances are... Okay, so there's 0, 0. So obviously it thinks there's something there. What an interesting series of noise we got here. Okay. I'm gonna run live coding. I don't think I have any changes. How's Krieg? How's your Procgen doing? Doing well. It's going quite fast. We have 3D noise now. Noise, both 3D and height map, are both in shaders for the most part. I'm working on my border spline mountain distance calculations because I was still doing those on the CPU. And I've changed those to be done in a Niagara particle system, calculating the distances. So now I'm just trying to troubleshoot that process, because I am not getting the proper noise out of that. There's the 3D noise. Got some missing triangles, but that'll just have to be something that I iron out as I go, because that's quite fucking difficult, it turns out. Thanks to a marching cubes algorithm. But yeah, there's supposed to be splines, like so. There's supposed to be a mountain range along this. I'm not getting the proper data. Let me take a peek here. Let me take a peek. Okay, it's all -1. Why is it all -1? I never knew you could do mountain range splines in Niagara. Well, I build the splines as a part of like the world map. Like my world map has colors on it, and then I just look for any pixel on the world map that is a different color than its neighbors. That's a border chunk. And then I just sample some edge points, a couple edge points per chunk. Then I connect all those points in the right order, which is a pain in the ass. Then I have the spline for that zone. And I have this spline distance calculator subsystem that I made. I'm supposed to be sending that border spline to the Niagara component, such that it spawns a bunch of particles in a grid that match up to where the vertices are in my brain chunk noise. And then it's supposed to be sampling the distance to the nearest spline and sending me back the data, which I was getting data and now I'm not, so I don't know what I accidentally changed. And yeah, what I was having to do before on the CPU was I couldn't actually use that entire spline because that spline had 40 points in it. So when I tried to get the distance for every vertex, like it never finished. Like it just took so long because it has to iterate over every single point in the spline to find that. And so what I had done was I had actually subsection the spline just to the nearest spline set of spline points to the chunk that I was building the noise for. But then that had its own set of problems where it's like, it turns out you actually need about like 10 spline points to get the full influence of the spline, such that all the border mountains actually match up with each other. So there were some seams, some little offsets, where some certain edge cases were happening in my terrain, in my world map like setup. And I'll show the world map here in a second, just in case you haven't seen it. But yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge. The Niagara stuff is proving to be promising. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm getting no data. Here's the world map. And here's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. But yeah, basically for all these chunks, as I'm creating this map, every pixel in here is a terrain chunk. And so I can get like its altitude value from like how dark or light it is on here. And I can get like which biome or area zone, whatever you want to call it, that it belongs to. But like this was like a little edge case here, this little choke point chunk, because it has it would have 2 points of a spline, but they're not like contiguous points, they're like, it would be a contiguous spline, but like those 2 points aren't like connected, so like that was a pain in the ass. This scenario was kind of a pain too. Same with this one. Just little tiny edge cases that were just like getting so annoying. But if I can just use the whole spline and send it off to the GPU to calculate, then I don't have to subsection it, because the GPU is very fast. So yeah, what is happening now? I changed things, I guess. I'm still doing the distance and everything. And I have this tested. Are they actually getting smaller? It's hard to tell. Point 001. Yeah, okay, so it is working. So I'm like setting, just to, as a test, I'm setting the scale of the points based on their distance to the spline. And so I do have the data here, and then I have it is getting output. Here's the test output. This was just working. I don't know, and I came in here and like tinkered, and it stopped working. But what did I accidentally change? I set scale vector to nothing. Am I actually setting that properly? Scale vector. Scale vector. What the hell did I do? Let me put this to 50. 50, 50, and I think 1 is what it should be. And let me run it again. See if I... God, my throat. I'm so sorry this morning. Okay, I can actually see the pixels popping up now. But the noise doesn't look correct. Still. What is that? Oh, that's just some noise. Okay. Yeah, we're still not getting data. Let me check here. Data. Yeah, there's data there. There is data there. What our out distances look like? Oh, interesting. Wait, why is particle data? I should be getting... Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I know what I changed and forgot. Okay, let this run. I turned down the number of points just for testing, because it gets quite laggy when you're changing variables and stuff, so I gotta turn those back up. That's why it looks so goddamn weird. I'm not actually getting the distance values, and I wonder if I should like let's initialize this to like 9999. That way, like -1 is essentially saying like there is a spline underneath you. Anything 0 or below would be that way. So I think the default should rather be there's a spline very far away. That way it doesn't have influence. Okay, this is going to be laggy, I think. Yep, there it goes. Close both of those. Okay, now let's check. Okay, the mountains aren't showing up now at all. And this is what's going to happen is there's going to be a mountain at 0, 0. And the feeling I have is because the splines are not getting set properly. Yep, okay, so there's the zone, right? There's supposed to be the there's supposed to be the mountain along the edge. Okay, close that. Now open back up the emitter. I'm going to set scale vector to 0 just to make sure that that's not an issue. That getting set. Okay, so it's still showing up in my test blueprint. Thank you, please. Thank you. Away. Clear all that. Okay, let's check the noise values that are coming out here. Or the distance values, rather. These look reasonable. Wait, this is These don't look reasonable, actually, because this should be 0, 0, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, okay, so they're 0, 0 is quite far away from any line. So this is making me think that, and a chunk is 12,000 in diameter, in a square. So 6,000 means like we're on an edge right now. Yeah, and 120 that would make sense for that. So yeah. We're not getting the right values here. The spline is not being sampled properly, which is weird because I've checked the spline going in. I've checked the spline going in. Why would the blueprint be working properly? Passing in the spline, using the same function that I'm using in C++. And I have verified that the spline going in has points on it. Is set enabled? Set rendering enabled? Could it be something with where I'm setting the transform of the Niagara component? I mean, that would just... the splines would still be in world space. The splines aren't moving, shouldn't be moving, so... even if I wasn't setting the like if this set transform didn't work, like it wouldn't be showing me anything at 0, 0 like it currently is, if that was the case, I don't think. We gotta, like... gotta figure this out. Unreal Engine, Niagara, C++. Using Niagara and C++. Nice. Thank God for community tutorials. I do have the Niagara dependency. Okay. Fine. You're just doing a Niagara system. Wait, what's 5.0? Okay. Wait, this is it. Okay, let me look at this function. Let me see what this does. spawn system attached. Maybe I'm wondering if I should like do this, like do the attaching before I set the parameters. We'll set the world transform as well after that. Maybe we're just doing it in the wrong order, but let's keep looking at this. Okay, spawn system. Create Niagara. What is PSC? Niagara component. Why is that called PSC? Okay, how do you create? You do new object just like I do. You set asset, auto activate false. Okay, you don't really do anything special. At least there. Force solo true. Force local player effect. Setting location. If we're not registered, we set up attachment. We do the transforms, or we attach to component. And we register component with world. And then we call activate. Yeah, they're not really, it's not really doing anything that I'm not. Although it is doing all the registering and stuff before setting variables, so maybe that's all I need to do there. I am calling some extra things. Maybe just the order of what I'm doing needs to change. We'll see. Let's close those. Oh god, come on, you can do it. I know there's 58,000 things that you have to log to the console, but spare me, please. No, there's still nothing there. Still no mountains. Nope, just the one. Okay. Is there any... That variable not working. These are just talking about like setting arrays and stuff. Niagara system in C++. Maybe I should just try to use that. Maybe I should just try to use this. Oh god, okay. So much in there. And we are attached to component, endless terrain root component. Patch point name, I don't really care. Leave that blank. Location. At the world chunk coordinates. Rotation. Don't really care. Keep world position. Sure. And then auto destroy, I'll just say false. What else do I have? Auto activate true. Pooling method, pre-call check. Yeah, I guess I don't care about that. Okay, so we'll spawn it this way. And I think I can get rid of that. And let's still breakpoint here. See what that changes. So I guess what I'm looking for when this breakpoint gets hit, for chunk 00, I should see values that are like, is like what is it? Like chunk 00 is right there. The nearest mountain would be like right here. That's like 20,000-ish away, I would say. Each chunk is 12,000, so I would be looking for values in that range. They definitely should not be under 12,000, for sure. So Niagara data. Okay, 18,000, 18,000. Is this for 00? This is for 00. Wait, that's simulation. Where's my terrain chunk? Oh, this is for 0, -1. That may still be correct. Out distances, what are we looking like here? Okay. Where is 00? This is 10. Show me 00, please. Show me 00. Here we go. Shit. Okay, that's not right. Still not right. Still thinks that there's a pointed 00, which happens to be, that's like the default spline. The default spline has a point at 00, so that's why that's happening. Yep, spline is at 00. Yeah. Okay. What else can be wrong here? I mean, it's got to be something to do with my C++ implementation of this. Yeah, maybe let's just do activate, because that's what, well, I think this one already called activate inside of it. Maybe I was doing too much. I'll have to wow icons. Brew Crusader, welcome. What's going on in here? Yeah, so we're trying to fix my border mountain splines. But here's my procedural terrain. There is the spline of this zone's border, and what I'm trying to do is for each vert in a chunk, so for each little point that you see here, I need to get the distance away from the spline. That is very computationally expensive with a spline of this size. So when I was doing this on the CPU, I had to subsection the spline down, and even then it was taking a long freaking time. So now what I'm doing, thanks to Pixel Shake for the idea, is I'm trying to send that spline to a Niagara particle system. And I spawn a bunch of particles in a grid that matches the grid that we're looking at here for each chunk. And I'm trying to get the distance to the spline. And this, I did a blueprint proof of concept for that, and it was working. And now I'm just trying to get that information into C++, and I'm trying to get the, I have this little subsystem built for like calculating spline distances and sending the information to the Niagara system, but it's not working. I'm not getting the right information, It is just using the default spline, and the default spline happens to have a point at 0, 0, 0, which is why now my character just spawns at 0, 0, 0, and there's a single spline point underneath it with a single mountain. So we're trying to figure that out. That's what's going on here. We put a breakpoint there. Let's see. If a spline is over the ocean, does a mountain form in the ocean? So not all the terrain chunks are rendered. I'm just rendering a very small radius around my player just for testing performance. And you know, yeah, not every bit of terrain. You know, it's like Minecraft, right? Like the chunks are going to load in and out. So when a chunk spawns there will be a mountain there, but there's actually just nothing there right now, so nothing happens. I have like a system that spawns them in and out as the player moves around in the world. I understand the concept. My brain hurts about thinking about the implementation. Yeah, this has been a long process. I've been transitioning all my my algorithms into shaders, and I just got 3D noise working as well. So we have caves. We have underground freaking caves. It's not just a height map anymore, which is a huge step. Got a marching cubes algorithm in a shader. This is my height map shader here. Unfortunately, I can't put the splines into the shader because splines are really fucking complicated, it turns out. And doing that in a shader is even more complicated. So I would literally have to rewrite the Bezier curve formulas or the B-spline formulas, which are not exactly straightforward, as you can probably imagine for a spline, into a shader. Then I'd have to send all the spline points and the spline tangents and the spline normals and the, you know, I don't want to do that. Yeah, what are we looking at here, though? So we've got data back. What chunk coordinate am I at? Okay, I want to check 0, 0, 0. The chunk coordinate 0, 0, 0, please. There it is. Okay, out distances still not fucking correct. Still not correct. That's not what they should be. Okay. And like I had this working on the CPU, but it was just it was so computationally expensive it wasn't really realistic. What is going on out here? Oh, why is that rendered right now, actually? I mean, that's a different zone, I presume? And look at the world map. Oh yeah, that might be the red zone. That's like the beginning of the red zone, I think. Or no, that might be the blue zone, actually, this cyan zone. This world map also procedurally generated. Each pixel on here represents a terrain chunk in the world. And we have like an altitude to it. So like the black is ocean, that has an altitude of 0, and then like somewhere over here would be like, yeah, altitude is 1 here in the very bright sections. And like over here, 0.69, nice. And we use that altitude to blend. We blend all the terrain, all the chunks' altitudes together. Needs a little bit more work, just tinkering with the curves on how much that influences each zone and stuff like that. But I have different sets of noises for each biome, and I do a weighted average blend between all the neighbors, which was that was some math that took me like 2 fucking weeks to figure out. And it turned out the math was right and my code was wrong. Crazy, I know. I was so inconfident in my math that I assumed the math was wrong. Funny how that works out. Anyways, what's happening here? Let me find usages of this in the engine. I don't see any in C++. EP water renderer, can I open that? No, I can't. No, I cannot. And I have to presume that the vector variable is being set properly, because I believe without it, nothing would be spawning, as we see here. Here's the test. I'm setting the variables to the same, sort of. I just have a little test spline here. No, don't click on that. No. I should turn off... I don't need that anymore. Stop logging 58,000 vertices worth of data. I don't need that right now. But here's the test, and I'm setting the pixel size according to... Can you stop highlighting it? Thank you. I'm setting the... Actually, the highlighting actually was more clear. I'm setting the pixel scale based on how far away it is from the spline. So it works in the blueprints here. And I'm using like the same thing. But it's not the same. Storm Run Gaming, hey yeah. I've been working a week on one widget. Yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. You should have seen me the first time I tried to do UI in Unreal Engine. I was like, oh my god. Take me back to React. You know, the other day I thought about like implementing Redux in Unreal Engine. I like Redux. Yeah, so what? The callback object is being set because I'm getting data back. So why isn't spline component being set? You know what I should do? Let's breakpoint here. I wonder, can I see the variables on the Niagara system itself? Maybe I can look and see Niagara system. Where are the variables at here? I learned about widget animation, so I went a little crazy. Every button slides on and off screen depending on if it's used. Yeah, that could be pretty fun. I think I used, only animations I've done are for like floating damage numbers, I think. Just to make them like kind of like float upwards. That's about all I've done there. Yeah, I don't see where like variables would be stored at. Let me dig into these variables, into these override parameters. That is on the Niagara component. Okay, so let me look for that. This is a Niagara system, not a component. So let me actually look at the component. Why I wasn't seeing anything. Override parameters. Spline. var data empty. I guess they're all empty. They're saying use. It says user.callback object. I mean, I guess that's just like an internal. Because the key is what I have it set to. Where? How does it actually like point to the data though? Is it just storing raw data? I think so. Niagara Data Interface Spline. Source actor. Does it need the actor that it's on? I mean, I do spawn those biome zone actors, so they should have an actor. Objects. It's weird that under U objects it only has the spline distance calculator, which is an object that I pass in, and that's the callback object. So why isn't the spline also in this set? Maybe I need to follow that execution flow. See what happens here. Set U object. I wish I could tell you anything, but I feel like I'm like nosebleed trying to understand what I'm looking at. I'm just looking at my own code. So if my own code, well, not right now. This is my own code. So if my code's giving you a nosebleed, I suppose that sounds about right. I mainly do things in blueprints. Yeah, jealous there. I like lo-fi when working, helps me focus. Yeah, me too. I think it's nice and tranquil. No words either to focus on. This is all like on U object chain. Yeah, so let me throw a breakpoint here. I should be able to, you can see the particles popping up, so they're getting spawned and like put in the right spot. Never used C++. Yeah, it's I had never had before Unreal Engine either, so it's a bit of a, it was a bit of a slog. Yeah, okay, so that breakpoint never got hit, question mark. Set parameter if with editor. Let's run that again. Run that back. Why isn't that getting hit? Oh, is it doing the deferred thing now? It wasn't before. That variable deferred. Is it hitting that now? Yes, it is. Okay, it wasn't doing that before. So hang on. Let me we're gonna let that run again. What are you doing with C++? I found that nodes do everything I needed so far. Yeah, procedural terrain generation and entity component system, both things that need to be very, very performant. And I moved most of my noise generation into a compute shader, which is what is on the left here, the .usf file. Let me actually, we're gonna comment that out. And I'm a software engineer, and so code just makes way more sense to me than like a blueprint graph or a material graph. And I do some stuff in blueprints, but definitely prefer code. Am I gonna play Elden Ring Night Rain? Yeah, hot take, Elden Ring is not fun. I tried, it's not fun. I'm sorry. It's not for me. I actually love watching it, but it's not for me. I very much dislike the combat of Dark Souls games. I think I have 20 hours in Elden Ring and beat the first boss, and I was like, you know what? I really don't care about what's around the next corner. I just really don't. I did not feel a sense of accomplishment for beating the first boss. I think a lot of the difficulty comes from a bad place and from bad controls, bad camera, really bad input queuing that just seems archaic. Is it the same as nodes, kinda, if this do this? I mean, for the most part, yeah. There's a lot more complexity to it, though. There's a lot more moving parts, but that means you have more control. There's actually more nodes. It's not exactly a one-to-one. Not exactly a one-to-one relationship. Okay, yeah, so that didn't get hit either. But are we still hitting the deferred path? Do that as well. I wasn't at one point. But yeah, I just kind of hate the poke, dodge, poke, dodge, poke, dodge, dodge, poke. Drink potion, and immediately when I click the drink potion button, the boss knows about it and throws a dagger at me. I don't like that style of combat. It's too mechanical execution focused. Okay, so we're still hitting the deferred path. Okay. Too much mechanical execution, which I do want a bit of that in my games, but I also want some like strategic execution. I want more strategic execution in combination with my mechanical execution for combat. The ends don't justify the means. Yeah, I mean, the combat isn't fun, and it's like all like super massive slow weapons that you can't, there's no anim canceling or anything like that, which I get the design choice, but like there were so many scenarios, and maybe they fixed this, but like there were so many scenarios where, okay, so let's say the boss has a 2-piece combo and then a 3-piece combo. They look almost identical. After the 2-piece combo, you know there's a window for you to do an attack, right? Okay, so you're spamming dodge through the 2-piece combo. You realize in the middle of your second dodge, you've dodged the second swing, right? You're like, okay, there's going to be a window to attack here. So you're pressing the attack button. Mind you, you're still in dodge form. You are still dodging. You're still in the middle of a dodge animation, but you're pressing attack. But you realize before you're done with the dodge that this is actually going to be the 3-piece combo that's going to fuck you up if you attack. They're like, oh, I need to keep dodging. So you switch from pressing attack back to pressing dodge while you're still dodging, and guess what your character does? He fucking attacks. Like there is an unoverridable input queuing that happens at a certain point. Even when you are still on the previous animation. At least I played it on launch and that was the case. Maybe it's different now, but that was absolutely infuriating. That it just makes the combat feel so sluggish and unresponsive. And I get that there's like this kind of this design philosophy of like you have to live with your decisions. You shouldn't be spamming the buttons kind of thing. And I get that, but it's like when your character literally doesn't do the button that you're pressing, it's just really frustrating. You gotta make your actions deliberate, not reactionary. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but that to me is like I'm just fighting the controls and the input queuing at that point. I'm not fighting the boss. And you pair that with, you have these big, chunky, slow weapons. And by the way, it's the same combat system as in Legend of Zelda. But to me, Legend of Zelda is so much more fun. Because you can still lock on, right? And you still, it's still, for the most part, poke, dodge. There's a little bit more, I would say, in Legend of Zelda, where it's more of a puzzle. And you have more kind of tools at your disposal. But, you're using these big, so super slow weapons, right? Which means that you have to make sure that they land, right? And maybe I shouldn't have been using the lock on, Maybe that's not what most people use, but like that to me was the only way I could reliably make my huge chunky weapon actually connect with an enemy. And of course the lock-on has its own issues, because like, you know, something would jump around, you know, like a little goblin or whatever they are, and then the camera would just go like right up your ass, you know, and then you can't see shit. And you're trying to switch because you see a guy coming from the other side, so you're like, oh, I need to switch to that guy, and it never locks on to what you want it to. And some of the level design has really, really tight corners and really, really sharp features to it, like some columns and things that stick off the wall. And these are all things that like your camera gets stuck on. And I get that they're doing that to like hide things behind the corner and stuff like that. But paired with how unresponsive everything is, it just ends up making it more frustrating than it needs to be. So, like a wise man once said, you have no enemies, you're only at war with yourself. I mean, my take on it is like, From Software are great devs and they make great games. And I love watching Elden Ring, but like, I wish I could see some innovation in that control and camera scheme. I mean, like I said, it's the same thing that was in Ocarina of Time. It's the same controls and targeting that was in Ocarina of Time. It hasn't changed. And it's like, come on guys, like, you guys have the resources and the minds to really do something cool and better with that. But I wasn't seeing it. And yeah, input queuing, controls, camera. Don't even like try to talk to me about using items in Elden Ring or any of the Souls game. You have like that one slot that you have to like cycle through to like get to the right thing that you're trying to use, like the spell or whatever, right? And the UI isn't great either, I'll say. The like how you equip things in one hand versus two hand and stuff like that. Anyway, I'm with the same boat as you. All the fighting the boss and the controls don't really add up enough of it being a reward. Yeah, I mean, like when you fight a boss, you just get a handful of runes and like an item that, you know, 9 times out of 10 doesn't do anything for your build. You know, and it's just like, I enjoyed exploring the world. And I actually had kind of a bad experience because like I went to like the chest that like teleports you to like the end game zone. That's, you know, right after, it's like right outside the first place you go to. And I didn't understand because I hadn't played Souls games very much before. A tiny bit of Dark Souls 3, but like I didn't understand that there was fast travel, and the game didn't explain that to me. And so I got teleported to this mine in like the in-game zone where everything one-shots you, and I had to get my ass not only out of that mine, but I walked all the way back to the first zone because I didn't understand you could fast travel. I mean, that's on me, but I did enjoy like exploring the world. It looked awesome. Like I really wanted to interact with it and stuff like that. For the most part, I enjoyed killing mobs in the open world. I did not enjoy killing mobs in tight dungeons, and I did not enjoy killing bosses. That's my Elden Ring take. But yeah, back to Niagara. What am I gonna do here? Oh, and the number of times I would roll off that fucking cliff in the first boss. God damn it. And it's because the camera would be locked on. And of course, movement means something different, right? Like movement doesn't work the same way if you're locked on to something versus when you're not locked on. Like you don't have that free movement when you're locked on to someone. And so, you know, your camera's always focused on them, which is fine, but your character doesn't move the same. And that always caused me to roll off the cliff accidentally. But yeah, just get good. You know what? From Software, you get good. You get good. Innovate on controls, please. You've done the same controls for a decade now. At least, probably more. What are these? What is happening here with these variables? I was hitting this path before. I don't know what. I thought I guess the only thing I did differently was Did I do that afterwards? Is that the only difference? Making an old style turn-based game. I love turn-based games. They're making a comeback thanks to Baldur's Gate. Okay, see, now we're hitting it. Okay, so it was literally just doing this before we add it to the components and stuff. Okay, sure. But why am I not hitting these breakpoints? What is happening? This doesn't make sense. What? It even says debuggable. Okay. My problem with Elden Ring was that I felt like I was always over-leveled or under-leveled for a particular area. I preferred if there were no levels and every encounter was well balanced. So then what would be the progression then? Because that sounds like level scaling, which I hate in most games. Especially in online games. That kind of thing I like, because the world doesn't give a fuck about me, right? The world exists outside of the aspect of the player, and I like that. It makes the world to me feel alive. Like, the world is there and I got plopped into it, and now it's on me to, like, get through it and, you know, find out what I can take on and what I can't. And then, you know, when I do become more powerful, when I level up or when I get better gear, I can go back and dunk on all the haters, all the low-level mobs that were, you know, at the beginning and stuff like that. To me, having that kind of a thing makes me feel like the progression is more meaningful. So I'm curious, Ice Krieg, if that's your take, then how do you like your progression? Still don't know what's happening here. I'd rather have the progression be inside my muscle memory rather than an integer going up. Okay, so you need to play Tetris. Tetris is the game for you. It's all mechanical execution, and that's it. Sounds like you're on the opposite end of the spectrum from me. Like, I do want some mechanical execution that I can get better at, that I can master, but I want strategic execution as well, which is, you know, deciding what mobs I attack, which part of the world I go to, what my build is, what gear I've equipped, you know, all the pre-combat thoughts. I like having that as well as mechanical execution. Either too much of one or the other, don't like it. If it's entirely one or the other, don't like it. I want a nice balance between the two. Which is why I like World of Warcraft's combat, tab target combat, because I think it has a good balance of mechanical and strategic execution. Like, because like in Elden Ring, like there's that guy that goes around killing all the bosses with naked with a pot on his head or whatever. Like, let me solo her or something like that. Like, you can beat Elden Ring at like level 1 if you just don't get hit. I don't like combat systems like that. I don't like the combat systems where it's like, to have the best build, you have to just not get hit and put all your stats into offense. Just don't get hit, and you know, that's the best build. I don't like that. I like strategy too, as long as it's not grinding XP, so I'm overleveled and every boss is trivial. Did you think every boss was trivial in Elden Ring? I mean, I think people... I mean, they say Elden Ring is the easiest one because you can grind and make the bosses easier. Right? to me, Elden Ring is definitely more. It's more away from only mechanical execution from the previous Dark Souls game. But the whole combat style just doesn't fit into what I like. But I do get your points. I got a really powerful sword that allowed me to two-shot bosses, and it ruined it for me. There's no way you two-shot every boss in the game. I just found the most broken builds and just walked through the game with ease. Yeah, I would question. I understand that you maybe two-shot some bosses. Okay, maybe three-shot. you did not three-shot the hardest boss in the game, or the second hardest boss in the game, maybe even the third hardest boss in the game. I was watching this morning. I was watching Sequisha do the Elden Ring randomizer. That was kind of interesting. I mean, yeah, it sounds like you just need, because there are ways. I guess what I like about Elden Ring is that it has a way to opt into difficulty. Like, there is no difficulty setting on the game, but you can opt into difficulties by, you know, doing what that Let Me Solo Her guy does, where it's like, I'm not going to wear any gear except a pot on my head. Or you can grind to make the bosses easier, you know. I haven't finished the game, so I'm not sure how that sword skill. How many bosses have you 2 or 3 shot with 3 hits? And which bosses were they? Were they like the mini bosses? Was it like a dragon? 'Cause I've seen people kill the dragons and stuff, like the open world bosses pretty easily, like the knights and stuff like that. A few, no main bosses. See, well, go get you some main bosses. I think the open world bosses are probably designed to be a bit easier. I don't know where to go from here. Don't know where to go from here. Mark parameters dirty. I just call that like manually. It's inaccessible. Oh, no comma main bosses. I see. Okay, I misunderstood. I'm gonna crack my door open. I can skip the toast. Ensure override parameter is consistent. Set user parameters to default values. Get current parameter value. Maybe I can do that. Oh, I need like a... that's gross. Really enjoyed Dark Souls 1 to 3 through and Bloodborne. Yeah, I think... And I know those games weren't entirely linear, but I'm just not... I'm not a fan of non-open world games anymore for some reason. Like, I used to play, like when I was younger, I used to love those games. And then yeah, Dark Souls 3, it was just very linear, and I felt like I had no control, and I didn't play it very much, so it probably opened up a bit. But I just felt like I always feel like the game is playing me, and I'm not playing the game in those kinds of games. And I never played Bloodborne or Dark Souls 1 or 2. But I definitely don't know what I'm talking about here. But I tried to play God of War as well, and that game, it had some open world areas that really were just a big level that acted as a hub for other linear areas. You are the product for the NPCs. Well, I mean, they're really just like, they're like trying to tell a story, right? And you have, as the player, your only options are to move forward or not. And not moving forward means you're not playing the game. So it's, I mean, it's just not entertaining. I liked watching God of War, like someone played on Twitch. But yeah, I just don't enjoy, like, I like games like Skyrim and Fallout and Witcher, those kinds of things. Baldur's Gate. I prefer open world in theory, but I haven't seen it implemented well very often. What would you say, what game would you say implemented it well, and why? I agree that, you know, open worlds can be implemented poorly. Flag is just attached. Okay. Every game seems to be storytelling. That's something I'm trying to work on with the use of AI. Yeah, me as well. I want the player to be more like in control of that. I want the player to create their own stories. That's why I like games like RimWorld so much. Because it's just a sandbox, really. And it just gives you little bits of narrative that allow you to kind of and even RimWorld is still kind of once you played it enough, it's pretty straightforward. Like, you know, the RNG events that can happen, but it still allows the player to kind of create their own story. And especially if you like get into the role-playing aspect of things, where you start to like visualize your RimWorld colony as, like, you know, a real set of people, then it gets more fun that way. Tough question, yeah. Yeah, I'm going in the other direction. I'm creating autonomous AI where you are a nobody in a sea of NPCs. Interesting. Yeah, I definitely prefer the at least start as a nobody. Start as a, you know, peasant or whatever. Like in World of Warcraft, like vanilla WoW, you just kind of start as a mage. You just kind of start as a warrior, and like no one gives a shit about you, really. And then by the time you're in game, you're killing gods. But it's like in all the later expansions that aren't vanilla, you're kind of treated as the hero by default, which I don't like that. I don't want to be the chosen one, so to speak. I want to get there on my own. Yes. I like humble beginnings, is another way to say it. I'm trying to find out where, like, these variables are doing things. I just search for that override parameters. What's this saying? This is talking about blueprints. Unbind all. Ghost apply to component. Unbind all would be something that I would be interested in knowing when that happens. Mark parameters 30, initialize. I wonder if just this isn't happening. I guess we'll see. A system controller is literally null. Okay, never mind. No, it's not. What? What? Oh, if is valid is equal to false. Okay, yeah, so... Okay, let's see what override parameters are here. I guess I looked at this before and it was here, but like the U objects just never gets added, so... Yeah, but there isn't a storyline or lore. The lore is created as the world goes on. Kingdoms rise and collapse as the world goes on. I like that. I like that. So how is the player going to... is that just kind of background lore? Or is the player actually going to be able to influence and interact with that? Okay, I'm going to step through there. Okay, so after we've set the spline, where is override parameter? Is... Okay, so null? Interesting. Okay, it put null into the U objects. Okay, I'm narrowing down what's happening. U objects is null here. The null pointer. Why is spline component a null pointer here? I mean, it's literally not. Show me the flags this has? It has no flags. So it's not like transient or something. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Let's step forward. Okay, see now the null pointer got removed. Okay, so why is this null? Owner biome zone actor 82. Players would be able to create their own societies and even contest or be contested by NPCs. So it's starting to sound a little similar to what I am hoping to do. Maybe just at a different... I think maybe our macro looks a little bit different. Our macro level of that looks different. But yeah, for my game, I want... it's going to be a colony sim as well. So I think that's probably similar to what you mean by create their own societies. And that's why I built my ECS system, is because I want those colonies to be running when you're not there. I want them to get attacked while you're not there. If you send colonists out to chop wood, you don't get the wood till they chop it and come back. And if there's a wolf in the forest, they're going to get attacked by that wolf. You know? And I want there to be player-driven ones of those and just NPC-driven ones of those as well that have different factions and stuff like that, and attack you and raid you, and you can raid them and trade with them and alliance with them and that kind of stuff. So I think that's probably pretty similar to what you're talking about. Maybe just we're just thinking maybe different levels, because you were talking like kingdoms. I don't know if I'm going to necessarily be able to do kingdom level things. Definitely like colony level. What if I set that after? Will that change anything? Do they actually do those things while you're not watching, or do you just roll the RNG to find out what happens once you return? The whole reason I did the ECS system was so that I could actually have those things happening, because I hate the latter of what you say. I hate when it's like either, you know, you do the RNG to be like, what happened since you've been gone, since your sphere of influence is left. And I also hate when it's equation based, where it's like, oh, you have 5 colonists chopping lumber, so therefore you're getting 50 lumber per hour. I hate both of those. I want the real shit, man. I want where the player builds the buildings in the colony to matter for the pathing. You know, if you put things far away, like I actually have it working to where, you know, it's all entity based. Like there's no actors, right? And that's all. I have vertex animated textures as well. All very, very efficient. I've gotten like 8,000 entities rendered on screen off in the distance. So, and it's even more efficient when they're not even rendered, right? So I can just I'm just like kind of moving a transform. I'm just setting a transform every frame. And I'm going to serialize the, or rather not serialize, but keep in memory the nav mesh. So that's what I'm moving on, right? That's what I'm moving these entities in memory around on. I'm actually doing the pathfinding and stuff like that. And yeah, I have combat working when the entities don't actually, which I'm probably going to have to ditch gas, because combat right now is my big bottleneck. I can have like 250 entities in combat, but it runs at like 30 FPS. Especially if they're not actors, because they change to actors when they're like really close to the player, and then they're instant static meshes, vertex animated when they're away from the player, and it changes pretty seamlessly. Like it's actually pretty hard to tell now. Got it working well enough. But when the actors are the most expensive part, so I think I'm gonna have to ditch gas, because the gameplay effect executions are taking quite a while. They take like, when there's a bunch in combat, it's taking like almost a half a millisecond, which is not efficient enough. So gas is pretty expensive. I think when you're using it normally, no. Like I said, it's like half a millisecond for a gameplay execution. And that's doing a little bit of extra stuff that I need to do with, like, you know, clamping attributes and stuff like that, and post gameplay effect execute, and, you know, side effects kind of things. So I think when you're using it at the scale that I'm using it, yes. Like I think it's only reliable for hundreds of things happening, of actors or whatever. And I need thousands. I've heard people recommend gas for MMOs, but it sounds like a bad idea based on what you said. Well, I don't know. Well, one, that would be running on a dedicated server that's like pretty beefy. So that would be better. And also, it's not like in MMOs, NPCs aren't attacking other NPCs, right? It's just players. And it's probably sharded. You're doing server sharding at that level as well. So, you know, different areas are handled by different CPUs. So I think it still could be fine for MMOs. I think it could still be fine. But like for me, like I'm gonna have it running. You can play single player, right? So it's gonna be running on a user's local computer. So I need it to be efficient. Where am I over? So overrides. New objects, spline disk calculators there. Okay, next. Where's U objects? Okay, yeah, it just didn't get added. It just straight up didn't get added. Even though it's not null. Okay, here's where we're setting the spline. In value, I mean, in value is there. And then it goes here, which doesn't get hit, which is weird. It should be getting hit at least for the callback object, right? Unless maybe writer's taking me to the wrong definition. But it's not like Niagara parameter store. What is this? Yeah, maybe I just have it. What was that called? Is that U object? Yeah, it's not in here. Oh, maybe it's this one. Maybe it was taking me to the wrong one. Nope, it's just going here and then nothing happens. Weird. Why am I not hitting these? I'm trying to make my NPC operate with some neural map behaviors as logic. I have seen that in Unreal Engine. How's that going for you? But my project isn't going to be handled on client side, so strictly server side. Interesting. So you're going to require, I mean, is this going to be an MMO? Are you going to require a dedicated server somewhere? Or I guess online in some capacity. I thought it would be cool if wolves need to eat to maintain their population, so if you overhunt a certain area, the wolf population diminishes. Dude, I have always had this idea. Okay, listen to this. Almost exactly what you're saying. Like, I wanted something like that to happen. I wanted there to be like a food chain. It's probably very hard to balance, so I don't know if I'll actually end up doing it, but I wanted there to be a scenario where, like, you know, maybe this happens like 1% of the time. But like, let's say you're hunting wolves for meat for your colony, right? And let's say you kill all the wolves. Well, then that makes the rabbit population go out of control, right? And then maybe you have some sort of alchemical society colony or something that's dumping toxic waste somewhere. And then it turns the bunnies into like sentient... Basically, I wanted your colony to get raided by bunnies, where there's a leader bunny that just talks shit on you. And it's all because you killed the wolves that were keeping them in check. And so then you lose your colony to like hundreds of bunnies. I thought that would be fucking hilarious. Don't know if I'll be able to get that to happen or not. Considering the computing power needed, it's basically an MMO sandbox RPG. Yeah, that sounds like a huge deal. I'll be interested to hear how that goes. Null pointer. Why do you not work? Maybe it's just because it's a header file. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work very well. Because it's a header file. On uObject change. was BU objects dirty for? Pick bindings. Ultima Online tried to make an animal ecosystem decades ago, but they failed to balance it, so they removed it from the game a week after they implemented it. Yeah, I mean, it seems really... I think it actually kind of limits you as a designer and what you're capable of doing, like with spawning things. Because it's like there's such a delicate balance to the ecosystem, right? And you'd either have to make it like incredibly dynamic to the point where it doesn't really matter, so you might as well not even do it, or you have to make it very static to the point where there has to be a certain number of everything. And the second a player interacts with it, of course, that's going to get fucked up, you know? So I feel like it's just going to be one of those things that's very hard to balance. And I think very easily you'd get to a world where there's either nothing or only one thing. And of course, it's going to be like the most valuable things are going to be hunted to extinction. And so you'd likely be left with bunnies or something. Invaluable. Unvaluable. Not valuable. My game actually has an evolution system. Oh, you're making spore. Nice. It can be influenced by magic residue. So there won't be bunnies or rabbits specifically, but there will be a creature similar enough that it will mutate with elemental traits. So how are you going to represent those in the world? Like, are these like... Do you have meshes for all these things? Or are you gonna like somehow procedurally, dynamically spore like create these things? Figure out if at all these get like set to null or something. Well, it's like null immediately after, so callback object flags 0. Line object flags 0, 0. Yeah, I mean, they look the same. I'm trying to create dynamic meshes. It sounds difficult, but I will be 100% interested in your results, both technically and just to play. Is it because it says Niagara data interface line? Proxy data for splines. What is LUT? Excuse me. Why does this work in blueprints? That's so frustrating. I mean, it's gotta have to do with how these are set up, right? It's gotta do with that. Okay, we're gonna look at it this way. Problem with an ecosystem is if it's balanced properly, nobody would notice it even exists. Exactly. Like if you do it dynamic enough, then it's like you might as well not even do it. But if balanced poorly, players will be annoyed. Yeah. Unless, of course, alchemical bunnies destroy your village. I mean, they still might be annoyed at that, but at least they have no one to blame but themselves. And the thing is, I actually am intrigued at the fact of, like, waste management. I think that's something not enough colony simulators try to do. Like, I want the player to have to kind of deal with, like, some level of pollution. Of course, this is going to be like a medieval game, so there's not going to be, like, industrial revolution style pollution, but maybe some alchemical pollution or like magic pollution of some sort. And then just like waste rock and stuff, like how are you going to deal with the shit that you have too much of and don't have space for? I think is actually an interesting, because it's going to force you to kind of go out in the world and like put it places, you know. Surviving Mars had waste rock, and you could actually use that waste rock for terraforming, so that was an interesting usage. Parameters, new objects, yeah, it doesn't even get at it. Tiny fire rabbit setting your town on fire out of nowhere. Yeah, something like that would be pretty sick. Have you played the game Eco? I've seen it. I have not played it. I never played it, but I heard it's like Minecraft, but with pollution waste management. Yeah. I've seen some people. Who was I watching? I think it was Tangent Gaming. It was like role playing with some other streamers, and it looked interesting. Voxel system is another component that makes my head hurt when mixing that in. Yeah. Triangle. That's all I have to say. I'm like half using voxels, I suppose. Marching cubes is a voxelized algorithm, but not the end-all be-all for me. What if I did this first? Would that matter? What if I activated the system first? Still nothing. Rip. Yeah, I'm aiming for marching cubes. I was debating to use deformable terrain mesh with resource values stored in the material. That's essentially what I have. My meshes are dynamic meshes. They were procedural meshes, but I changed. But that is very close to what I have. I can send you, if you're interested. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Here is what I copied. I had to change it. It doesn't work out of the box. So I had to fix some things, and I changed it from a little bit for my own usage. But that is the Marching Cubes compute shader that I mostly copied, if you're interested. And so that can build your meshes for you. Well, it can determine the vertices and the triangles for you. You have to build the meshes on your own. Are we still null there? I mean, should I just be trying to do this in blueprints since it's not Not working. Maybe I should just have... null pointer. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should just have one, instead of like creating and deleting Niagara components, maybe I should just have one living somewhere. And I can like deactivate it and stuff. What do your caves look like? I'll show you a little bit of the noise. Run that back again. I'm using it very sparingly right now because I don't have... I'm only generating one layer of chunks right now, and I don't want too much to like pop through the terrain. I'll show you. I will show you in a second. And I plan to do more with like purlin worms and stuff. Okay, let's make a Niagara component. Okay, so we have that. I suppose I'll set the asset in there as well. Why not, right? So we have that. And I think all we would need to do then, because that stuff is all going to happen. Comment that out for now. We're not going to use that anymore. I'm gonna need to come up with a new thing for that. I need a boolean now, I think. Is calculating equals false. Or it's calculating, be calculating equals true. Do that. I think I can just get away with that. Okay, let's try that. My issue is more with the metadata behaviors based on that data. What metadata is with the metadata and behaviors? I guess what specifically are you talking about here? I had deformable terrain working when they were procedural mesh components, which I had to like do all the calculations for the triangles and stuff myself. But now I'm using the dynamic meshes, which have like the built-in Boolean methods that can like kind of do that for you. So that'll be really nice. And it'll definitely work well with the 3D terrain, the marching cube stuff, so you can actually dig holes and stuff. Because before it was all height map based, so you can only dig down. That's it. You couldn't dig sideways. But once I kind of finish this stuff, I'm gonna re-implement that. So that'll be cool. The contents of the voxel. Yeah, so what issues are you having with that though? you know, getting the information from the material makes sense. Is likely what I will do. Especially because I have this running in the compute shader, I'm planning to like make it a material expression as well. So that way I can reference it in material graphs. What I plan to do the biome material blending based on. Override parameters. Is empty. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so now they're just not getting set at all, I think. Okay, so now this is gonna be giga wrong. Okay. Yeah, it's not even working. It's not even working. Just trying to figure it all out. Yeah, I mean, I think you can get like collision. You can get the material data or something on collision and stuff like that. So I would think that would be a place to start. Okay. Why did that not work? Let me look at this. Endless terrain, Niagara component. Let's just play. Niagara component. It does not have an asset. Okay, I wonder if just setting the asset is not possible in the constructor. We'll move that back to in here. Okay, so we have an exception. Five, 8, 1, 2, 7. What are the parameters? Okay, so the spline still isn't fucking set in here. Dude. Oh, it is in the data interfaces though. Okay. I mean, maybe that's intentional then. Okay, maybe it shouldn't be in the U objects like I was expecting it to. Niagara variable base. Okay, but then it's still not working. Niagara data interface spline. Okay, well that's a separate issue from what I'm seeing here. Index out of bounds, I presume. Yes. Why? 287 on the X. Why is that? X is negative 3650. I mean, that should be fine. Is the world chunk coordinate? Okay, so I feel like now that the scale vector might be wrong. Okay, let's rebuild because they crashed. Or maybe I'm getting the wrong data back. Well, regardless, the Niagara component created by default is not working either. Or maybe isn't, we'll see. Why would that have broken? What do I want to look at here? Let's just do an is valid, just to make sure that we don't crash. Is valid index, which should never happen, but in case it does. There are the particles. There are the particles getting spawned. Seems like it's not spawning them in the right location. No, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Okay. Okay. So there's some of the noise. There's the holes are where the 3D noise is. And in the future, there's not going to be water there. Yeah, there's some of the caves. Oh, well, let me go inland here. And you can imagine these are also like for instance, this one is just a little tiny hole. Kind of opens up once you get down here. And I'm only generating one layer, so these will go like deeper and stuff like that. And, like these little pockets here. So this is what the noise looks like, and I'm using it very sparingly for now because I only want like a small, just a little bit of noise poking through. Because there's actually another half of this on top of the height map, but I chop it off because I want like some exposed areas. And there's all the verts. There's a little cave right there, so I can actually maybe show what it looks like when I don't chop it off. So you can see some of it above ground too, which I will add some stuff above ground, but it's going to be separate. We comment that out. And we'll do this. So this is going to look really weird, probably pretty bad. But you'll get to see some of the full noise, at least. Might take a little bit longer now, too. There's some of it. "17 seconds. Not too bad. But yeah, there's the other half of what is underground. So there's the full like noise for that chunk. Again, there's only one Z layer of chunks getting spawned. Next on my list is to do 3 dimensions of chunks, not just a 2D. But yeah, there's the above ground height map, or not height map, noise values. Which will be cool if I, you know, it's invisible on one side because the triangles face a certain direction. So I'm going to handle that a little bit differently. So I'm actually going to probably generate a new set of noise to be rendered on top and use that more sparingly as well, because I want there to still be like plains biomes and stuff like that, you know, that maybe don't have as much mountains sticking out of them and whatnot. But yeah, so that's the marching cubes noise. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. But now I just need my border spline mounts to actually fucking work. That would be nice. I'm wondering if I should just like do this in blueprints somehow. Let's do this. I'm gonna try something different. Make this a virtual void U function. Protected. Okay, use property. Blueprint read write. Blueprint read write. Means this needs to be blueprintable. Type, do the same here. Ooh, the delegate. I don't need either of those. I just need the spline component, I think. No, I need the world chunk. This terrain scale, that will need to be read only. Params, call back object, activate. Okay. Okay, rebuild that. What I'm going to try to do is override this subsystem as a blueprint, and then just I'm going to override this one method, because setting the variables is what is not working properly. So we'll see if it's just whether or not just how I'm doing it. This one needs to be blueprint read only too. So we'll see if it's just like how I'm doing it in C++ is the issue, or maybe just the spline component itself is the issue. Yeah, I am literally returning the border spline on the biome zone actor directly. Well, I can't imagine that the spline is wrong. I don't know, maybe it is. Okay. So I want this to be the spline calc. Oh no. What's it called? Spline dist calc. There we go. And then I will need to, before I forget, I have to do something in here. Right, I have to like, yeah, I have to do something like this. Wait, what am I doing here? Primary asset type. BP, yeah. Okay. BP spline. Dist calc. Specific assets. Uh-oh. Didn't like that. Are we good? Okay. Give me one more. Back to calculating spline distances. Did I set this up correctly? As blueprint classes, I think that should probably be checked. The rest of this looks the same. Okay. I think we're good there. Let's save all that. And back to our spline dist calc. Let's override that function. That's not the function that I was wanting to override. Oh, I didn't do... Okay, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I didn't do it right. Forgot they're not virtual in blueprints. Very annoying. I'm surprised that even... what is it? Do I want native event or... Yeah, I think I want native event. Let's get the BRB message out of here, maybe. Maybe. Okay. Okay, now rebuild, I think. Yeah. Okay, so we'll try to add we'll try to set the Niagara component parameters in the blueprints. And we will see if that works. And if that still doesn't work, then I suppose there's something wrong with the spline itself. Even though it has like points and stuff. Maybe I wonder, oh, you know what? You know what? I don't think I ever register that spline, do I? Well, it shows up in the editor. Spawn biome zone actor. Yeah, no, I do actually register it. And I attach it and everything. So I'm not sure what would be wrong with my spline then. You know, I'm kind of actually leaning that this is something wrong with the spline. Let me look at that test blueprint. Does this spline have like some settings on it or something? I register then set spline points. And it does call the update spline afterward. What I'm not sure what else I would need to do with that. Now we can calculate spline distances. Okay, so set Niagara component. Yeah, we want that, but we want to construct what is it? Create component. Add component by class. Niagara components. Particle system component. There we go. Okay. Set world location, I presume. And I want that to be get current params. Split that, the world chunk coordinate, get endless terrain itself. Oh shit, I didn't make the endless terrain fucking readable. Ugh. I'll have to rebuild again. Well, no, I'm just setting the... I'll have to set the scale vector to it. Okay. But yeah, we will need to make that blueprint readable. We'll do the rest of the setup now, though. That world location. Set object parameter. Component. That'll be line. Do this one more time, but for callback object, and that'll be itself. Okay. Well, the only thing left would be to set the scale, which maybe I'll just hard code that for now, and we'll just see if that works. They just happen to know what that should be for this case. 5051. Okay. And then I want to activate the system. Activate. Is that the right one? I think so. The reset equal to false. I mean, yeah, that should be the... All that does is reset the local bounds, so that's not really... I don't really care about that, even if it did reset. Anything else I want to do here? Oh, set asset is important too, I suppose. Probably should do that up front. And this should go... It should get the endless terrain thing should be here, but we'll hard code it for now just to see if it works. Pickable subsystem was destroyed. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Ah, I see. Okay, so maybe we just need to construct object then. Component. So wait, god damn, I guess I do need that, can we just like get actor by class, of class, and list terrain. Add component by class. Okay. Niagara particle system. What is the deal? Okay. Okay. Set the asset. The world location, set the spline, set the callback object, set the scale vector, activate. Okay, I think that's good. So hopefully, let's make sure that actually is the right one getting hit. So put a breakpoint there. Oh no. Oh no. No, it is not getting hit. Tis not getting hit. And what's the issue here? Why wouldn't this be true? Oh, don't I need to like execute? What was it? Like, I can't just call that, can I? Weird. I don't know why that's happening. Should be calling the blueprint one, I think. Why is that happening? Maybe the blueprint one's not getting loaded properly like I thought it was. We'll rebuild and see if that happens again. The asset should be a valid pointer though, so not sure what the deal is. Okay, I can handle this. Is that gonna happen every time I compile? Make sure that asset registry thing is still there. Yeah, it should still be there. Now I did use spline disk calculator, maybe that's the issue. Just be spline disk calculator. If my previous usage is to be believed. Try again. Again, this same thing happened again. It's calling the default implementation. Why? And why is this null? This is a valid this is a valid thing. Why now, just because you are a blueprint native event, are you being weird about it? Oh, I never set B as calculating to true. I should do that. Well, I guess I'm just going to comment this out and try again. Okay, so first of all, I need to set that. Yeah, this isn't Maybe this being weird about compiling is the issue. Ah, the directories is not set. Well, that's a different thing. I mean, it's not set here, and I know this subsystem one is working. So I feel like this should be working. I mean, this is literally a subsystem as well. Yeah, just as I thought, nothing was going to happen now. Nothing's going to happen. Why isn't it calling my blueprint? Oh, I thought this was going to work. Did I override the right class? Where did that go? It all starts with BP. There we go. It is spline dist calculator. This doesn't have like a begin play tick event. I just want to see if this is actually getting spawned at all. Oh my god, nothing is working today. Why is everything being lame? Unreal Engine, why are you lame? Oh, why are you not working? Does it exist here? I mean, I guess I wouldn't see it in the outliner. Okay, it says there's one spawned. Hang on. Unreal Engine, call blueprint native event in C++. Am I doing that right? Does it have to be blueprint callable? Maybe that's what I'm missing. He's just calling unused. Maybe it just needs to be blueprint callable. Seems redundant, but what am I doing wrong? Okay, yeah, we'll just see if that works now. It does not. What the frick, man? There's literally one that exists. Blueprint native event is still calling the ++ implementation. Did I just recreate it? Like, what's happening? Let me just try to, like, I don't know, regenerate it, like, compile that. I don't know why this is happening. Okay, see, that compiled correctly. Why? Why? Oh, I'm so annoyed. Okay, we're gonna switch this to a blueprint implementable event, I suppose. Which means this needs to be just, or wait, I don't think I can have one. It can only be implemented by blueprints now, isn't that what that means? I don't know why there's two of them, like, to me it feels like there should only be one. Ludas, hello, welcome. Welcome to the Struggle City. I'll be your guide this evening. You have a problem? Yeah, so, where do I start? Doing this, this spline calculator Niagara system thing. My original problem was that, in blueprints, when I was proof of concepting this, the Niagara component, I could set a spline on it properly as a parameter, as a variable. But when I recreated the implementation in C++, that was no longer working. The spline was not getting set correctly. Instead, it was like a default spline. And I did verify that the spline I'm inputting is valid and has, you know, not a default point at 0, 0 like the default spline does. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm going to try to do this in blueprints the same way that I did it where it worked, by overriding this subsystem I created and overriding the specific function, which is a blueprint implementable event, which now doesn't show up. Why doesn't that show up now? Now it shows up, okay. But now the blueprint version isn't getting hit. The code is using this BP? Yeah, so I did it the same way that I did my entity subsystem. Just setting up the redirect in the asset manager. Like, this works here. This is my entity subsystem. I've set it to the blueprint one. This works. I did this in the past. I'm doing the same thing with the spline dist calculator. and it doesn't seem to be working. I don't know. Hard to tell. When I click play, we'll see if this works. I just changed it, but okay, yeah. So this isn't working. That breakpoint never got hit, but see, there is one spawned. There is one spawned. So I mean, I guess because I wonder if it just, if the reason that doesn't work is because like when I get subsystem in C++, it just, it's the C++ version of the subsystem. Yeah, so it, well, nothing is getting enqueued in it properly. It did, I promise, because it's calculating, I guess is not true. Why? Why? It should have, everything should have been enqueued already. Whee! We'll run it again. Okay, see, now it's enqueued. Now we are enqueuing things. Now, like it only does one at a time, so it does. It calls it once, but nothing, there's no actual function there. So nothing happens. Yeah, that part of the subsystem works. I verified it already. Like, why? I guess I'm just assuming. I don't understand why, or I had a misunderstanding about this. I thought this would replace, but I guess this is just loading. This is probably just loading the subsystem. And so when I interact with this subsystem in C++, I'm not actually getting the blueprint version of it. Okay, new plan. New plan. Putting it on the endless terrain blueprint. I'm just gonna store this here. I guess. And what am I gonna do? I guess this stuff needs to be fucking public now. Oh god. Oh, I don't want to do this. Okay, can we save and I just want to save all that. I don't care if it doesn't compile. Just save it all so I don't have to type it back out again. Spline distance calc is a world subsystem. Okay, this is, just make everything public. Just make it all public. I don't care. And then in endless terrain, you give me a what is it now? This. You give me this. Calc spline dist. Okay. No blueprint usages. Your blueprint is a child of a subsystem. I was trying it out, yeah. I do have blueprint childs of subsystems, yes. Okay, so now just in here, rather, this is so hacky, and it's just to see if it works. You can't, I think. You can. I've done it before. It will spawn a blueprint version of the subsystem. But I think what I've learned is that it does not override the C++ version of it. Is what I had learned. Okay, so comment all this out. Endless terrain. Calc spline dist. Okay. So we're just going to send it off to the endless terrain that will do the stuff in the blueprints for me. Okay. Then what it does, it only overrides default variables. Yeah, I mean, essentially, you can put default variables on it and it'll spawn it with those variables, which is what I was using it for before. I'm using it for my entity subsystem to specify which processors I want in which order. And that works. But I guess I'm learning that there's also two processors. You know, developer settings. I guess what specifically? It allows to create settings same as project setting. Okay. Okay, endless terrain. Okay. Now I just gotta like wire all this back up. Okay. Oh, no, too much. Super quick and hacky. Just need to see if it works. Set world location. Yeah, you also need to be plugged in there. Okay. Okay, let's put a breakpoint in there. Make sure we're actually hitting it. Oh my god! Why? Why? Oh, that was still on. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. That was still on that custom event rather than. No, not that. Where did it go? Can't explain it. There we go. Okay. Okay, we've reached it. Good. Data null pointer. Great. That's just fantastic. Why and where? Execute receive particle data. Okay, so the callback handler now is not working. Maybe I should delete that. Maybe I should delete that blueprint now. Now that we found out that that doesn't work like that. Okay, delete that. Okay, maybe that was an issue. Save all. All files already saved. Cool. We know that's getting hit. Still, wait, so what's the deal here? Invalid can't callback can't work. Yes. There's my particles. It's trying. Okay, just stop. Am I passing in the right Ah, that would be why. I also need to put that in there. Okay. It's still null? Are you kidding me? I'm getting the oh, I did the component instead of the subsystem. Ugh, I'm just like not feeling it today. There we go. It's doing things. Yes, we're doing things. Now we'll see if it works. It's not working. I don't see my mount. Still not working. Oh boy. Okay, so it has something to do with the spline, I guess. Not necessarily. Not necessarily how I'm doing it. Okay, so I guess the Niagara thingo has... Make sure that's actually getting put in there. Yeah. These current params are probably null right now. Let's put a breakpoint there, just to make sure. I mean, I already checked this in C++ that the spline component was valid and had points and all that. No debug data. Well, isn't that just fantastic? Alright, I don't even know if I can see the points on here. Yeah, I don't even think I could see the points if I wanted to. Okay. Oh. Niagara has a data interface for the spline. Forgot what it was called. There it is. Okay, that is what I care about. Okay, why isn't... I don't know what what is a spline LUT? Saw that setting. What does that mean? Spline interpolated LUT methods. Lookup table. Okay. Don't know why that would matter. Yes, let's find usages of this. Where is this used? Only within the Niagara data interface spline and within whatever this is, which is experimental, which I don't think I need. So how is my spline getting transformed into this data interface? Init per instance data, probably something like that. Line user parameter. What's the purpose of the splines? It's to make my border mountain. So here's an example of one such that I'm trying to use. Like that. So there's supposed to be mountains along that spline. And I had it working before on the CPU. I'm just trying to make it more efficient by using a Niagara particle system running on the GPU. And it works in blueprints, but when I tried to change it into C++, it's not getting the spline parameter correctly for some reason. Like I can set the like the scale vector parameter and the callback object parameter, but for some reason the spline, it's just getting like the default spline. And you can tell because my character is spawned at 000, and by default splines have a point added to them by default, and that's at 000. You don't call the same BP expose function. Well, they were just a test. They're not like, I need the data in C++, so I can't use those. And it was just using like a, well, I can show you. It's not what we want to do. Like here's the test. Like it's just a static spline. And then here's all the particles. And I set their scale based on their distance to the spline. So I verified that and that I can get data from it. And I just print out the data. Disconnected right now. That was just me testing to see if it even worked. I can get data and everything fine. It's just not, the spline isn't being passed in correctly. I guess let's just put a breakpoint in the constructor and we'll see. Yeah, first, just see if that even gets hit. Okay. It is being called from at some point from the calc spline distance. So we are trying to build a spline. Where does it actually like create it though? Get functions. Okay, we are getting here. Like, where does it actually reference like the component and stuff? Instance data. Yeah, where does it actually reference the component? Let me check. I guess I can't even check this here. That's kind of annoying. How do I pass the spline infos to Niagara? The same way I do in Blueprints, the same exact function. I mean, I literally am, it is calling the blueprint function now. It's the same issue, so. It was this right here. And yes, I did verify that this spline is populated and stuff. It does have the correct data in it when it's passed in. I guess I just need to figure out, and then the spline is like registered and everything. Like, here's where that spline gets created. So we are setting the attachment, we're adding it to the actor, adding a component, we're registering the component. Pretty much this set spline points updates the spline as well, so those are the splines that inevitably get passed in. Per instance tick. This Niagara data interface. Look at some of these. Source actor null, spline user parameter is none. I mean, that's just how it got initialized though, so I'm not sure. Not sure what else I would be expecting. System instances to proxy data. Render target. This spline component is null there. What is that thing? That is in... It's just in this. Where is that defined at? This thing. I mean, it resets the component, so I'm not sure. The component's always null for the instance data. Like, how does that work? I guess here, maybe? What is this? For instance, tick. Okay. If spline component equals null pointer, which it should. Yeah. So I guess we're just going to see which one of these conditions we get to. Okay. Okay, so look at this. Is this okay? So this one's fucking null. Okay. Oh, because it's trying to look it up on a source actor. Okay, so it's looking at it's trying to get a source. How is the source actor set? Well, source actor would be null pointer. Else if system instance get attached component. Okay, so how is source actor set? Let's set here on layout parameters changed. Off source actor. I guess, is it expecting it to be on the same actor that the Niagara component is on? Spline actor weak. GE cloner spine layout. God, this is such a web of source code here. Source actor is definitely null here though. So let's say if I were to, let's look back at this. Niagara component. Is there something with source actor? And, oh God, this is such a web here. I don't even want to follow that anymore. Okay, I did find out a little bit of information though. Where am I breakpointed at? I'm breakpointed at here, where spline component is null. Initialize the binding and retrieve the object. If a valid object is found, we'll try to retrieve the spine component from it. Okay. Still not finding where this soft actor thing is. Niagara system instance. Okay. Get system instance. Okay, so it was also trying to look up on the system instance. System instance, get attach component. Okay, and this Niagara component is not attached to the same actor. So even if it even if it was attached, it wouldn't find it. How do I set a soft source actor? There on this copy to internal. That's just checking if it's equal. Okay, so the only way I can set it is on copy to internal, where all it does is copy it from another thing. This soft source actor never gets set anywhere? Like crazy? In the GE cloner spline layout. Which I don't even know if this is even getting hit. On layout parameter change. spline component is null. This parameter don't look valid at all. Okay, it is, yeah, so source actor definitely, it's trying to look it up on the same. So is that my only option right now? I guess if I put the Niagara component on the same actor that the spline is on, then this may work. Is there an else condition to this? Nope. Okay, so I think that might be my only option then. And I guess the reason it works in blueprints is because the Niagara component is on the same actor that the spline component is on. That must be why. How is this working now? What is happening here? Why are you like this? That's not correct at all. Not correct at all. Okay, so the Niagara component. I need to go back to creating it. Niagara components. Niagara. Let's do attach, setup attachment. And Niagara components, add instance. We'll just do the whole shebang. Does setup attachment do that? No, it doesn't. Or I have to do that on the... Okay, so I need the biome actor. I need the biome zone actor. Which means I need the U world map, or a world map. World map. Biome component get biome actor for chunk coordinate. Current params dot world chunk coordinate. I have to translate this. Endless terrain. Get chunk board. That should work. At world location. Biome actor. I'll call it spline owner, so I know that's why I'm doing it. Well, I guess I can just get I don't need to ask the splines in anymore, because I can just get them directly from this thing. But we'll keep it the same as we normally do. Why don't you like that? Okay, I have to like get root components. Spline owner, add instance component, Niagara component, spline owner, add owned component. I don't know if I actually need to do that or not. Niagara component, register component, set the asset, set the transform, set all the stuff. Okay. Fingers crossed. I'm gonna run to the bathroom while that builds. Okay. Run. What's happening here? Okay, nothing. That's what's happening. Why? Why is nothing happening? And so what was all that about? It didn't like adding the component? Should I do it backwards? Should I do that? I did it in the same order here. Add own component. Get owner. Add. So this is on add owned component. Oh, when I'm creating it, it's not the. Okay, I see. I see. I need to do this. Okay. Okay, please do things. Okay, it's not equal to null pointer. That's good to see. So we have a spline now, I believe. Not a triangle, not a problem. Okay, I still am not seeing my mountain. There's a mountain. There's some mountains. Okay. Hell yeah. Uh-oh. We're missing some chunks. We're missing a chunk. What happened? Uh-oh. And yeah, I knew this was going to happen because I'm not sending both biomes to do this. Very weird the way it's doing it as well. Very bumpy. Or my other implementation was not like that. Excuse me. Okay, that's interesting that we're missing a chunk. We got stuck somewhere. Okay, so I didn't use the lookup table spline thing for the parameter, for the variable, which I would have figured would be the thing that would make it bumpy like that, because it essentially like it had like some sort of resolution to the spline. I wonder if I could use the LUT lookup table thing, parameter variable doohickey thingo, to increase that resolution. Then I guess the next step, now that this is actually working, we understand how to do it. I gotta send all neighbor zone border lines as well. This can be deleted. Let me look at this guy. Use LUT step. So I feel like this is probably the parameter I can change. If I have... I happen to know that that has 40 points. That spline that we were looking at has 40 points. If I wanted 100... in between each point. Let's just say 1024. I mean, how many would that be per point? In between each point, 25. We'll go 1024 because it's a nice number and we'll see what happens. See all the particles getting spawned there. It's still got those bumps on it. It looks like a little dinosaur back. Did that even change anything? I don't know if that even changed anything. You know, I bet once I add noise onto the mountains instead of just directly lerping, that will look better. But I do want to see what happens just in case. In 2048. See if that makes a difference. I don't think it does. I don't think that makes a difference at all. Do I need to compile or something? No, it's compiled. This is the function I'm calling. Find input key closest to world location. I mean, that's all I have. That's the only function I have, so that's all I can really do. Using LUT doesn't really help me at all there. I think that's fine for now. I'm not going to be too worried about that. It's, like I said before, if I end up adding some noise onto the mountains to make them look, you know, a little more mountainy and not just like a straight line, I think that'll end up, those little ridges will end up getting lost in there anyway. So I think now what I need to do is I need to do it for each neighbor zone. And so I don't actually need the spline component here, because I can do spline owner get splines. Now, can I do arrays here? Can I do array parameter here? Probably not, right? Yeah, probably not. Okay, so I'm gonna have to run this. The bumps are not related to the particle spacing. No. No, the particles are essentially the same as the vertexes, the vertices. And so, I mean, they should be directly on. Like, when I had it working before on the CPU, it was completely smooth. So I think it has to do with the resolution of the spline being sampled. So, like the ones directly on top of this, it should be straight across, but not a huge deal. And now I just need to blend them together. So I need to sample both. And then get them in distance, essentially. And I also need to sample all splines on the biome, because like this one right here, this one's actually gonna have two. Gonna have a spline here and a spline here, so I need to sample both of those. So this would actually be a total of 4. One for its, or 2 for its splines, 1 for this one, and 1 for that one. For the most part, they should be the same, but there's just due to the nature of splines, they can be a little off, especially on the corners and stuff. Oh, package got delivered, so the doggies are ferocious. Okay, so an array would be pretty cool. An array would be cool. Is there? I'm just going to do a quick Google search, see if I can figure out a way to do that before I do something stupid. Array and variables. Niagara parameter collections. That vector array. Yeah, I'll have to just do it one at a time, which is unfortunate. I think. Okay, so here's what I'll need to do. Essentially, so I got the current spline. I think I have a function for this already. So I guess maybe I can transform. Oh God, look at all this code that I ended up getting rid of. So I think I'll transform because I don't need this anymore. Right? Right? Anakin? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Well, let's get rid of all of this commented out code. This is my CPU implementation. Goodbye. Goodbye. I guess I need the owner, right? I need the owner of the spline. But I guess I can just get owner, right? I don't actually need to do this. I can just do this. Get neighbor chunk splines for current params. World chunk cord. Well, I need the need this. Effector 2 dizzle chunk cord. Okay, and that'll be T array U spline component. Okay, so I can only do one. Well, maybe I can create a Niagara component for each one. But I guess the problem is when it comes back, I don't know. Well, I guess I could maybe set it on the data. Might be a nice way to do it. I can set the chunk coordinate on as a parameter. Set it on each parameter. owner. Well, and I this would want to be like, I guess I have the Niagara system. Can I like deactivate on there? I would need to store them by the chunk coordinate as well, I guess. Like delete them or something. Well, I guess they might just get deleted. Well, no, I kind of want a T-map to keep them. Yeah, we want a T-map. T-map of F vector. That'll be the world chunk coordinates. Yeah, I think we could do vector 2s in the Niagara thing. New Niagara component, T object pointer. Because I can do something like this here. That's set. Niagara component set variable vector 2. Nice. Okay, yeah. Chunk board. Well, I guess I don't know what chunk coordinate this belongs to. Let me spell it right. Do I have that on the border? How do I know which? And there could be multiple per. There's multiple per chunk coord, so wait, we can't actually store it that way. I mean, it's a pointer, right? So can I just do set, a T set, and just treat the pointer as unique? Well, and how am I going to remove it? That's the problem. I don't know. I don't know how to delete it once I get here. Once I receive the data, I need to delete it or clean it up or whatever. Can I just make a GUID? Can I pass a GUID? Maybe just an index? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. So this is gonna be so hacky, and I love it. For border splines dot num auto border spline. Here's what we're gonna do. F vector chunk chord dot x chunk chord dot y. Wait, well, no. Can I do this? I was gonna put the index right here. But I'm thinking about 3D terrain chunks, 3 layers. So I can't store it there. Once I have a Z. Oh. Would I need that though? Because like I only really care about the height map chunks. So I guess I would just never run this function for non-height map chunks. Well, I guess a chunk could span... I could have a steep enough height map that a chunk would span multiple Z layers. The height map would span it in multiple Z layers. Oh, son of a bitch, man. Frick. Okay, that's not gonna work. I'm so limited in the data here. Hey, a raid! Provod! Party of 41. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. I'm not familiar with you. Can you tell me about you? What, are you an Unreal Engine developer or other developer? What were you working on? I am working on some procedural terrain stuff. Specifically trying to get some border mountain spline calculations running on the GPU. Here's the algorithm, and I'm happy it's in a working state as you showed up. But here's the procedural terrain. I had these border mountains around my biome zones. There's the terrain. So I'm working on these mountains here. And they're supposed to be around the zone. There are different biomes and stuff. And so I'm rewriting this onto the GPU, essentially. Because I was calculating the distances for each vert to these border splines on the CPU. Very, very performance intensive, so working on rewriting that. I'm a C+ Vulkan developer. But so wait, you're a Vulkan developer, but yet UE5 is too big and scary for you? Somehow I doubt that. Manual ray tracing, stuff like that. That sounds sweet. That sounds really sweet. I've actually just been rewriting my some of my procedural terrain algorithm into a compute shader, and I have 3D noise now, which is actually pretty cool. So I found a marching cubes implementation in a compute shader, and that gives me this nice 3D noise that I've punched through the height map here. So pretty cool so far. And yeah, I have like this whole world map system and stuff like that. Like there's the player. Here's all these are different zones that'll have different biomes and stuff. Let me actually turn on PCG just so I can show you the full glory here. Turn it on. It'll take a second. There's actually going to be like different biomes in each one. Have I looked at dual contouring instead of marching cubes? I've never even heard of that. Unless MC means McDonald's, and then maybe I have heard of that. Star Trek is cool. From the Vulcan reference, I presume. Marching cubes just seem to be the easiest and most straightforward way to get 3D terrain working. Because before I just had a height map that was just kind of like Perlin noise based running on the CPU. And I was like, you know what, I need to level that up. That's not going to be scalable for what I want to do. I also want caves and stuff. Can't do that with a height map. But yeah, here's what the little bit of the PCG looks like as well. On top of the terrain. I'm actually curious, what happens? I've never actually seen it. Okay, it actually spawns trees in the caves. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, we're underwater. I forgot. The water will be gone when I'm done. But yeah, so this is the world I'm working on. 40 people. When did you become big dog? Just got a raid. That's literally the only time I have this thing. Dual contouring is a bit more math, but supposedly no serious artifacts whatsoever. Marching cubes has some unsolvable ambiguities. What unsolvable ambiguities are you referring to? I'm quite happy with the... it doesn't even look that blocky. Now, ignore my missing triangles. That's my fault. That's my fault. That's not the Marching Cubes algorithm's fault. It's funny PCG spawned like a little set of grass right there. But the missing triangles are for me, like this 3D noise actually goes through the height map. So there is more noise on top of this, but I chop it off because I don't want it to, I'm going to do something different for the 3D noise above the height map. So the missing triangles are from me doing that and failing a little bit. But other than that, I am quite happy with it. And I don't even think it looks that blocky at all, really. And this isn't even at my highest resolution either. This is at a lower mesh res. So, yeah, you know, maybe there's a little bit of little edges there, but this is the low res. Curious what you're working on though in Vulkan. Pretty cool. But yeah, I'm trying to get these. I only just got these splines working. I decided to, thanks to the advice of a viewer, Pixel Shake, he gave me the suggestion of calculating I have to calculate each vert's distance to the border spline in order to like lerp the height to it, you know, based on like a height curve. And yeah, doing that for 40-point splines, it has to look at every point in the spline. So I ended up having to like chop the splines up for each terrain chunk. But it turns out you actually need quite a few spline points to actually get the full influence of splines. So I had these weird scenarios where like the mountains weren't matching up on against certain chunks. They weren't seamless, essentially. So the Raider, Provod, said he's a C++ Vulkan developer. Or rather, is that C++, comma, Vulkan developer, or is that C plus Vulkan developer? Could go either way. But yeah, I'm passing the splines to a Niagara particle system and calculating the distances to the spline on the GPU via the Niagara particle system. So it got a lot faster, but I'm not taking into account the neighbor splines, so that's why they don't match up there. And so I'll be that's what I'm working on now, is getting those influences in there. Another cool thing I can do is I can procedurally chop trees if the collision is correct. If the collision is correct. There we go. My animation sucks, so it's actually really hard to hit the tree. There we go. So that's actually like, it changes the static mesh and those physics are perfect. Don't question them. But it's actually turning this static mesh into a dynamic mesh at runtime. So if I like jump up here, I can chop it up there. If I go down here, it chops down there. And then that way, I, as a programmer, I don't have to create any meshes because I'm not an artist. So, yeah. Ow. I definitely want some Valheim style tree dominoes as well. Currently C, comma, Vulkan. Gotcha. That's a hobby. I do C++ professionally, no graphics. I code professionally, but I do not do C++ professionally. Never used it before I tried out Unreal, so it's been a journey. Elliot, he's like, y'all got any of that source code? Yeah, Elliot is writing his own engine, and I believe using the Vulkan APIs. What is happening here? I guess there's actually, I have some collision data here, but the chunk isn't actually visible. Interesting. But yeah, that's the game for the most part. I also have an ECS system built for my colonists and all the NPCs in the world. This is going to be like a open world, procedurally generated RPG Colony Sim Roguelite is kind of what I'm going for. And so I actually want the colonists to be simulating and actually running like when the player isn't there. And so they'll be running in memory. They'll be running when you're like way far away from the colonies and stuff like that. So wrote my own ECS system for that. And then I also have a building system. I think I need to update some of the collision to actually build it. I haven't worked on it in a while. Yeah, so I can't actually place anything in it. But there's a building system, so you can build like houses and stuff for your colonists, and you can get them to work on it. And they go out and find food in the world and stuff. I have LLM generated quests as well. is something that I do. It's not really like, they don't do anything yet. It's kind of like a proof of concept. Like I send out a API request to the Gemini API. And then I basically just say like, hey, generate a quest for a video game. And it gives me a bunch of text. And then I say, put that into this JSON object. And I have this whole JSON structure that I parse into C++ structs. And it actually does a pretty damn good job of filling it out, honestly. And I have like different objective types and stuff like that. And it puts like locations in there. And it puts like mobs in there. And I essentially just dump my entire game database into the prompt because the Gemini API has like a 2 million context window now. So I can put my entire game, every event the player has done in the game, every bit of dialogue that they've had, you know, I can put the whole game lore in there. And I'll just be like, yeah, generate a quest. And it'll just fill out that JSON object with some of those parameters for like, go talk to this person, go kill 3 of these things, go pick up something from over here. And yeah, it actually does a pretty good job of filling that out. And I've actually got it to like, I take that JSON object and I can actually spawn some of the things that it tells me to. Like if it wants me to go kill wolves and get wolf pelts, I can actually spawn the wolves. And that's about as far as I got with that. I still need to do like quest objective tracking and stuff like that. Like I actually need to get credit for killing those wolves and like potentially some like AI created items as well. Like not like asset wise, but like, you know, say it wants me to collect wolf pelts from killing wolves, then I can just like, you know, spin up an item in game in the database for that or something. The Vulkan stuff started as a super bare bones procedural thing with a single ray tracing pipeline, and then it derailed into a complete mess with a pile of compute shaders. Hey, you're not, hey, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I've got a mess, I got a messy pile of compute shaders myself. Where lack of render graph causes a lot of pain, so I ended up doing parts of that. Spurf, parsing, etc. I'm gonna follow you because that sounds really cool. I'd like to see what you're up to. Oh god. Oh god. Did I ban you? I accidentally banned you. That's not what I meant to do. I'm sorry, buddy. I clicked the wrong button. Newbie streamer fumbles around. Provod, can you hear me? Are you still alive? Come back to us. Oh, he's dead. Oh god, look what you did to him. There he is. Oh, thank god. I was worried for a second. It's like when a kid loves a puppy too much and just like, you know. I won't say the rest of that, but I'm glad you're here. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that as well. Let me give you a shout out as well. Now that I'm not being a newbie streamer. Provod. Shout out Provod. There we go. Yeah, I'll also have destructible terrain. I had that working with my old implementation when I was using procedural mesh components. But I switched to dynamic mesh components, and so I need to rewrite that. But there will be destructible terrain, and so you can like dig holes and stuff like that as well. And I plan for like, similar to the trees, I plan for ore to be destructible, and like you can mine it that way, similar to Valheim. So, yeah, lots of stuff to do. Lots of Colony Sim stuff, AI quest stuff, AI generated quest stuff to do. Building system is almost there. I think there's a few rotational issues I need to fix. Lots more to do with the procedural terrain as well. When's the release? Ask me in 5 years. Yeah, Dr. Elliott's got the right idea. Someone came in the other day and they're like, so how long have you been working on this project? I'm like, oh, about 2.5 years. And they're like, oh, 2.5 years and you don't have a Steam page. And I'm like, all right, listen. You don't understand. This is for funsies, first and foremost. For funsies, first and foremost. My hope is that I get to work on this game for the rest of my life. That's the dream. It'd be nice if I could also feed myself, but that's kind of a side quest. Yeah. So here's some of the underground noise. This will be just like completely underground. I'm only generating one layer of Z terrain chunks on the Z direction, so They just kind of end. But I will be generating more. That's like kind of one of the next steps after I get all this figured out. Trying to convince him to drop it, work on my game engine, and make it in there. Yeah, because I don't have enough. I just have too much time as it is. You know, I'm way too ahead of schedule. I need to work on my own game engine. 8x8 pixels for frame resolution. Man, you guys are talking 5-head stuff, real 5-head, giga-brained GPU programmer things. I only just figured out what a buffer is, so I was too afraid to ask before. Oh, how you were asking me how many work groups did I end up giving my compute shader? Let me look here. I still am trying to understand that, but as far as I know, like 888 is the max here for number of threads. And then in the actual, there's like a little calculator thing. That's not right. There's like a, so for, yeah, this get group count here is what does that for me. So this, as far as I know, like when you're adding a graph pass, you have to give it like the group count or whatever. And I think this parameter has to be the same as that one, 888. I tried 1616 by 1. Okay, I tried 1616 by 16. But the thing is, like, because I'm working in 3D space, I need them to be the same, essentially, all three parameters, because I use the thread ID as the vertex. Yeah, 16, 16, 16 was too much. It didn't like that. And so the extent here is actually the extent of the terrain chunk. So this, passing it into this get group count built-in function, I guess calculates what I need for the group sizes. And so like my extent, for example, it depends on what my resolution is, which let me check what the setting is. It's at 3, so what's 240? So 81. 81 would be my extent here. Does that answer your question, Elliot? I've yet to understand how these groups work under the hood when you're limited by 32 or 64 wavefront warp and hardware. Yeah, dude, I only just read the word wavefront yesterday. That was the first time I read that. And yeah, a lot of it was kind of fuzzy in my head. So I'm sticking with this, and because it works. I'm still in just make it work phase, honestly, with the compute shaders. But it runs pretty fast. The compute shader part runs quite fast. It's the mesh creation part that is a bit slow. But I think the whole thing, like this, for this little slice of the world, the rest of the chunks just aren't rendered. There is a lot more, like each pixel on here represents a chunk. So there's a lot more world. I think we're probably only seeing about this size rendered. But it runs in about 20 seconds, and that's with all the 3D noise and mesh generation. So I think 20 seconds is pretty good for that. I'm trying to make a material graph to generate pixel shaders right now. As in generate the code for a pixel shader, or what? I'm confused by that. 16.16.1 or 888 should not be possible without fancy scheduling. Well, I think probably Unreal Engine has that fancy scheduling built in. I think that's probably what's happening here. Really primitive though, just basic arithmetic and inputs. How are you generating code from a material graph? It sounds... Unless you're trying to, like, you have your own material graph in Lumina. For a long time, I'm feeling that game engines are so lack of modularity. Sometimes UE, Unity, etc. are not a choice, but writing engine from scratch looks like a lot of effort for redoing things. that already were done in other engines. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm not heeding the call of Dr. Elliot sitting on my shoulder telling me to help him make an engine. It'll be amazing to have the ability to build an engine for a specific project from modules. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you would just need an engine to accept those modules as well, right? So it's based that, I think what you're saying is basically just like a more modular engine. Build a material graph system from scratch. Oh boy. Oh my god, I love the Windows 98 material graph here. I love that. Yeah, that is too smart 5 me. Most game engines have a template PBR material that has the hard-coded texture inputs and tint values. That limits you a lot, though. I want something we can actually do arithmetic and generate code. Yeah, I wish it was easier to do so in Unreal Engine. Because, like, the boilerplate is kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. Yeah, let's work on this this spline stuff. So the mountain borders around my biomes are being created, but right now each chunk is only considering its own borders. It's not considering the borders of neighboring biomes or zones. So I now need to run this spline calculator for like each one of those rather than just one. That's what I'm working on now. And I'm trying to remember. Yeah, okay. So I need a way to delete the Niagara components after I run them. And I need like an identifier so I know which one I run, because I want to be able to run multiple at once. Before I was just doing one at a time. And that was a bit annoying. And I'm kind of limited in what data I can pass back from the Niagara system to just this. So there's only so much I can do. I wonder if I should just Niagara components. I wonder if I should just have like a T map. I'm gonna need to do 2 collections because I can't have an array as a value in a T map, which is so fucking annoying. So this is going to be F vector. Is going to be the chunk coordinates. That is going to be the chunk coordinate, and then I'll need like a set of, I can't just do T array. Pointer in a U property. Wait, can I? No, okay, that's what I thought. So I can either just create like a little struct, we could hold that or put it in a difference. It does know I want to destroy them. Thank you, Copilot. Read my mind. And then this would just be like an index. Oh my god, because it's a T array of T array. Oh my god, I hate myself. Okay, we're gonna use a struct then. F Niagara component container. Niagara components. I'll just call it components. Okay, so now we can use that as the value. And I hate that that's a requirement in Unreal Engine. Dr. Elliot, make sure in your engine you don't do that. Thank you. Okay. Which means Niagara components, I will need to find or add world, no, just current params.chunkcord. I'll remember that when I spend 14 months creating reflection. Are you saying you're not going to be creating reflection, or that it is just going to be a pain in the ass? Okay, so the container components.add Niagara component. Hell no. Okay. No blueprint system in your engine then, huh? No visual scripting. Lua scripting. Okay, still code though. You're limiting your market there. While the non-programmers. From all the non-programmers. Okay, I've added the Niagara component in here. And so I still need a way to know which one I'm going to delete. Let's comment this out. So I guess I should just maintain a count. I should just maintain how many, and then I'll just delete them like after they all come back or something. This will be like num finished. Num finished. Okay, so N32. Let's do num finished per chunk. Num finished per chunk. Actually spell that correctly as well. Num finished. Finder add. We want the ref. We just want to update it, and then we're just going to go plus plus. And then I'll just say if num finished equals Niagara components dot find, and this should be, that should be there. If it's not there, something's wrong. I'm not going to check that. Yeah, components num, and then I destroy it. What is all this? What is all this AI garbage? I mean, I guess I can just remove them and let them get garbage collected. Although I think I would rather delete them specifically, because I just want to absolutely make sure that they're done running, because there's a lot of particles getting generated there. Or injury. No, I don't want to do that actually. I want to do this. Concord components. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're specifically deleting all of them. Deactivate, destroy the null pointer, and then I'll just remove the entry from the map altogether. Okay, so I think we've properly handled that. I'm not going to add the chunk coordinate. You know, I do need to. No, I don't, because we're still just doing one at a time right now. One chunk at a time. One chunk at a time, multiple Niagara components, multiple splines. Okay, so now I need to just fill out this get neighbor chunk splines code. Functors to check. Yeah. So glad I get to get rid of this function, by the way. What it used to be, actually. Don't actually need this, I don't think. Edge points, chunk edge points, yeah, we don't need that. I don't want to get spline subsection either. Let's delete that. Okay, we don't want that. We're just going to add border spline, right? We're just compiling a list of splines, so that should be all I need to do. I don't know that I need it in a set either anymore. I think that can just directly be in an array. Okay, so that should be the neighbor chunk splines. I know I shouldn't need this anymore. Oh, I'm using that all over the class now though, so we're gonna leave that in for now. Okay. What else do I need to do here? Are we good? Let me read back through this real quick. So we get the world, we get the local chunk coordinate, get the border splines for that coordinate. Yeah, we're not actually, we're still, well, we're getting neighbor chunk splines, which should include, maybe I should rename that. I want to rename this. Get all chunk border splines to make it clear that I'm also getting the current chunk. Create a new Niagara components, add it to the container that is a ref. Container add. Add the instance component, set up the attachment for the Niagara component. Set the transform. Yeah, so the world chunk coordinate, that is correct. We are setting the spline. Right, and the border spline get owner, get root component. So it should be attaching the Niagara component to each biome zone actor, which is the same actor that contains the spline. Troubleshooted that this morning. Turns out the Niagara component expects, when you add a spline, it expects it to be on the same actor that the Niagara component itself is on. So that was causing me issues for like 2 hours today. Had to redo the source code to figure that one out. But yeah, that is properly happening because we're just getting the border spline owner. Yeah. And then we activate it. And that should kick off the receive particle data callback whenever it finishes. I get the num that have finished and increment it based on the current params chunk coordinate that we're on. And then on tick, we pick a new, there's a queue, and then on tick, I pick a new one to process every frame. So given that it's finished here. Is calculating though, only, here's something that would have went wrong. There we go. We need to put that there. Only when it's finished. Equals num finished equals, yeah, so we're not going to be off by 1 there. We'll get the Niagara components. It doesn't matter if this is a copy or a ref because it's a pointer and we're just deactivating it. I mean, setting it to null pointer, I guess, doesn't really do anything right here. We don't need that. Okay, I think we're good. Let's test this out. Let me also, while I'm at it, I need to delete that endless terrain function that I was using to test. Rerun that. Okay. Lots of cleanup I can do once this works. Once this works, I will have effectively completely superseded all of the functionality that I had in the CPU version of my height map algorithm. So that's really cool. And so basically all of this code, a lot of this code is going to get deleted. Elliot, another thing that would be cool that you could do is handle struct arrays in shaders a little bit better than Unreal does. What I have to do is I have to send all the neighbor, because I have parameterized noise. What I have to do is I have to send each neighbor chunk's noise parameters to the shader. And I store all that information in a struct. Here are all the parameters. And this is the only way I could figure out, because this is how like Unreal Engine encodes it. Like if you do an array, you have to do like 0, 1, 2, and then like the name of the member. And so I have to have this big nasty function to build all that out. I just use eastal. If only I knew what that meant. Electronic Arts Standard Template Library. Wait, what? Wait, what? I am talking about compute shader struct arrays. So they are coming from right here. This is the declaring a shader struct array. And I built some macros out to like define all these for me. Because you have to actually have those defined as well. So I had to create these macros to like actually be able to reference them. And it's a pain in the ass is what I'm saying. And if in your compute shaders you could figure out a way to not have me do this, that would be great. That would be great. Thanks. Okay, let's see if this works now. Do I need to do anything differently? I don't think so. Let's just run it and see what happens. I guess I'm not yeah, I'm not actually doing anything with the data, am I? Okay. That's a problem. Yeah, I completely forgot about that part. Oh boy. Okay, so what error have I gotten here? I presume this has to do with me just generating way too much fucking data. What am I looking at here? Hello, please. Vert dist to border spline. Hello? Wait, where's chunk info at? There it is. I do have the right number, so why are you failing? Why are you failing? Terrain 3D. You only have 31 in you? Not right. Wait, why is that the case? You've been initialized to 241. I don't clear it anywhere either. Why is that happening? Weird. I have to assume that maybe that has something to do with maybe there's some thread locking happening, or not, some threads stepping on each other's toes happening here. Okay, so I've kind of forgotten that. Okay, okay, yeah. Okay, so how am I going to do this? I need to iterate through all of them and figure out which one is the closest. I guess. Yeah, okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I also need an array. I can put it in here. T-array of float. Distances, yeah. And so... well, it's really going to be a T-array of float. Is that going to work right there? Well, I'm still only doing one, so I don't even actually need these maps and stuff. T-array of distances. Wait, how am I gonna do this? I need like a unique... do I? No, here's what we're gonna do. Make sure we empty it. Distances. What do I want to do here? Yeah, okay, so here's just one array. Okay. Distances dot init, and we are just going to initialize that to max float size times size. Okay, well, I can only do this if it's empty. If is empty. Well, let me just... I'll do it at the end. No, I can't do it at the end. Okay. Distances, initialize it. Okay, and so if... and if it's a valid index... and the current distance is greater than the particle data size, we'll override it. That way, every index has the lowest or closest value to the height map, or the splines. And then we put distances in here, execute if bound, which goes to here where we set the vert dists, and then we can delete them. We clear them. Calculate distances. Okay, I think this works. I think this works. We'll see. Let's put a breakpoint here. I can see the data that gets spit out. Yeah, I guess I don't actually need these maps here, but if I ever want to run multiple at a time, I would. Right now I'm just using the queue. So I don't actually need that, but it should still work. Maybe I'll throw a breakpoint in here just to kind of step through the process a little bit better. Okay. Run it. I'm finished. That should be 0. 0. Now it should be 1. Article data. Let's take a look at you. Yeah, that looks 6850. That does not look like a correct coordinate. Well, no, it's all based on the world chunk. So let me actually look here. That looks correct. Okay. Wait, why did that get... Wait, hang on. Oh, I see. I think it finished before the next one got added. Okay. Yeah, there's only one in there. For chunk. 0, 1. Okay. So we're gonna have to do this a little bit differently. Yeah, this is gonna be awkward. This is gonna be awkward for a bit. Not a triangle? Still working. It's just gonna look the exact same, I think, as it did before. Oh no, it actually looks better. Hang on. Hold the phone. Look at that! Wait, what did I do that made it work so well? Wait, hang on. I'm not even calculating the closest properly, am I? Well, no, that chunk actually only had one. That chunk only had one. Okay, so this is right. Yeah, 0, 1 would only have one border spline on it. Because it doesn't have any neighbors that are in a different chunk. We did it! Look at that, and they're perfectly aligned, too. Ignore the missing triangles there, that's a different problem. The important part is that these mountains are seamless. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Now, I want to check out some other places on the map. Oh no, oh god. Wait, why didn't that work? What? Wait, why do I have this log here? I don't want that there. Wait, now it's gone off of here. What did I do that did that? Hang on, where did that go? Where did that go? Unreal Link. I need you. I want you back. Wait, so where do minimized things go? Because the Unreal Link thing isn't here anymore. Am I dumb? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, you I want move to left bottom. Also not what I wanted. Bottom left. There we go. Okay, I didn't know I could do that. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, back to the issue at hand. What is going on with the map generator? Why don't you have a height map, sir? You do have a height map. You have an empty height map. Why? Why? But is it related to the splines? Is it related to the splines? I guess I do add that after the compute shader runs, is when I package up the height map. Why would I be setting that? Why would I be setting that to something empty? It do get initialized. It's either I'm setting this to empty or it just hasn't ran. Which, why would I be running the mesh generator? Generate terrain mesh. Happens on request mesh, which only happens if it has a that should only happen after. It should only happen after. Height map, where are you called from again? I kind of hate this abstraction. I want to get rid of it. All I do is update terrain chunk afterwards. Which I guess it can call request mesh if it hasn't. But that just gets set to true immediately. If it hasn't generated, which is never the case. I wonder, does this have anything to do with the splines? I mean, it does add another moving part to the map generator. But this still should only be happening once per chunk. I definitely need to just go back through the whole endless terrain flow of things. And refactors. I think maybe I'll do that. Will I do that? Yeah, probably after I do the 3D-dimensional chunk generation. Yeah, I think that would be a good time to do it. Because I think I'm going to be doing a lot of refactors anyway for the three-dimensionality. Let's do a new seed. Do a new seed. We're on seed elite. Let's do seed boobies. 8008135. Yes, I'm a child. Okay. Wait, why is nothing's happening now? It worked perfectly just a second ago. No. Spline distance Q. It has something in Q. Is calculating is true. What is num finished? Empty. Okay, something went wrong. This is for chunk 10 is the current params. And maybe I should put this stuff on the current params and make that a bit easier. Yeah, I don't know, why did I want to do it this way? I literally have something already. Put it on current params. That way we won't have to empty it or anything. Okay, it's just a quick little refactor here. Current params dot components num. Components execute current distances. Now you're running the activate destroy. And then I guess we can just empty it to make sure we're getting rid of the pointers as well. So that'll make it a little easier to work with. Hopefully this can tell us a little bit more about what went wrong. When we generated this this terrain and a different noise, or at a different seed, which would mean a different set of noise. Okay. My builds are taking quite a while. Rider just taking up a casual 15 gigs of memory. Okay, so where do I want to breakpoint at? I guess I'll put one there. No, I don't want one there. That's going to just be way too much. Okay. We are ticking. We are calculating. What do I have? Current params. Empty components. Go to next. Okay, we are receiving data now. -1, -1. Okay. God, that runs so fast. I love it. Wait, this is the old seed. The working seed. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, so this is the one we've already got working. Okay, so let's try a different seed. I did boobies. 8008135. Okay. Why does nothing happen on this one? That's so strange. Let me just try a random seed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, what? What? Seed 12. Why does it only work on one seed? What is happening here? Check biome. Why is this so different? Is there an infinite loop happening right now? Why is this different? Check biome chunks. Where are you happening from? Handle biome zone. So this is just building the map. Yeah, we're just building the map. What does check biome chunks do? Biome zones. I is 16,294. Something very weird is happening. I can't even read the data. Why is it saying this is oh, it's Stack Overflow. So yeah, we've hit an infinite loop. Okay, interesting. Interesting. That's never happened to me before, I swear. I'm not even working on that right now. This is a completely different part of the program. It's very weird to me. Seed 12. I'm gonna write that down. Seed 12. Why was only the seed that I was using the one that's working? That don't make no sense. Build map. Just pick another one, just randomly. Random seed. Yeah, okay, I need to see what's happening in the spline calculator. Okay. Current params should basically just be empty. Yep. And let's look at tick, I guess. Oh, you know what? If there are no border splines, there would be an issue here, wouldn't there? Right, there are none. There are none. So that's the issue. Okay, that makes so we must have started like that's very rare for a biome to have no borders. I think two cases can happen. Either one, the first biome is the ocean, like we're in the middle of the ocean. That's probably it. We're spawning in the middle of the ocean. I don't think I do border splines for the ocean. Oh god, wait, what is this? It's empty. Why is the buffer empty? Vert dists to border spline. It's empty. Okay. Oh, duh. If it's empty, we want to initialize it. How else do we set it? Yeah. Okay. Well, just max float, right? Max float. Okay. We're ironing out the kinks here. Now, that infinite loop on the biome creation, that one was an interesting one. I'll have to... Because at a quick glean, I was seeing that for every biome, or for every chunk, I was like building out the biome for it. Like I would just pick a pixel in the from the world map and just start creating biomes, and that means I'm just like looking for neighboring biomes that are the same color. And I guess there's an infinite loop there that I'm not breaking out of. So some additional condition I might need. Okay, we're on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we got past where we were. Good. Here we are in the middle of the ocean, I can see. Yep. Middle of the ocean. Oh, got some noise. That's pretty cool. Oh, this noise is so close to being good. Okay. Bad seed. Pick a new seed. I think this one's in the middle of the ocean too. Yeah, I need to fix the world generation. That's a terrible world there. Well, just give me something to work with here. Okay, we got something. Okay, but now we're here. Why? Why are we here? Why are we here? Why are these verts? Oh, Y is rounding up. That's why. Wait, no, height map's bad here. No, it's not. Wait, why is this an issue? Why is this an issue? I see no issues here. Local vert C dot Y. Oh, it's negative. But I'm rounding it to an integer. Oh, it's rounding to -1. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't be rounding here. What is it? It should be like floor. Floor to int. We'll do int 32, why not? Okay. Okay, we're gonna try one more time here. Probably didn't, yeah, I didn't save the seed that was, so we won't know. We'll just keep trying some random ones. Okay, that's fine. That's not fine. Gosh darn it. Local vert A dot Y. Do I need to do like a -1 here? Is that why I'm having so many issues? Let's try a -1. Let's do f int vector. No, we can't. Okay. Vert A. Why are these verts like that, man? The verts are like all cattywampus. Is it? Let's just pass in local vert dot A is a float, so that's not even going to work, is it? And floor to int, that should have just been 0, actually, here. I wanted it to be 0. Frunk to int, I think is what I want. Not floor. I just want the decimals chopped off, I think. Maybe the -1 is what I want there as well. I don't know, we'll see. Well, this is the part of the code where like I'm chopping off the 3D noise that is above the height map. And so these variables are where I'm trying to translate the 3D vertex coordinate to the height, like what the height map is at that slice of Z. Or rather at that XY. Well, I don't think I changed the seed, so we're still just at out in the middle of the ocean here. Okay, world map. Come on, show me the money. Show me the terrain. We're doing things. Things are happening. Things are spawning too. That's great. Okay, this one's working. Interesting. There's a bunch of holes. A bunch of holes. What's my map look like? I'm like on an island, almost. Almost, okay. I'm on a coast. Which is kind of cool. Yeah, maybe I don't want that -1. Because it seems to not like the mountains because of that. I want to see these caves. I like that it pokes through on either side. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Let's try not the -1. Maybe I just needed the trunk to int. Okay. Try again, see if it looks any different. Same seed. No, that doesn't look any better. Doesn't look any better. Oh, why is it so holy? I don't like that. Maybe truncating it is just the issue as well. I need to figure that out. I need to figure out why these vertices don't match up properly. Maybe I need to do the -1, but the round. Maybe. So these verts are coming from after I do the mesh self union. I might comment that part out and see what that looks like. There we go. That looks better. Wow, that's miles better. Okay. No holes. Except for the ones that are intentionally there. Only little tiny missing triangles. Well, okay. Neato. I am loving that I got the 3D terrain work. That's so cool. I just need, dude, if I could just get all these holes patched up, ooh, I would be cooking. I would be cooking. I actually want to see, let me look and see what it looks like whenever I don't delete these triangles. I have to go through and like, it's really annoying. The 3D noise, if I just generate the 3D noise mesh, it looks great. But the part that's hard is that I have to intersect that with my height map, and I want to like connect it to my height map and like punch out the holes for my height map and then chop off all the 3D noise above the height map. And so that's proving to be, yeah, you can see here's all the noise that's undeleted. The floating noise bits. I was just wanting to see if those like, yeah, so it like deleted that. I wonder if I should check if all of the verts of a triangle are above the height map. Maybe right now I'm only doing if one of the verts. No, there's still some holes even without that. Damn. Damn. Yeah, there's a couple right there, one right there. Well, that might be a seam. Yeah, that might be a chunk seam, which that might be a different issue actually. The rest of it, yeah, I can actually tell where the chunk seams are. I'm a little worried at what I might have to do that. I think I may actually need to generate one more ring of vertices for every chunk to stitch them together properly. Yeah, is that, yeah, that looks to be... That looks to be... right on the edge. Let's actually, I want to find this chunk. Another thing I want to refactor is I want to refactor these chunks back to actors, because they're kind of hard to... I like being able to click on them and debug them. I changed them to components on a single actor because I thought it would be faster for some reason, but I don't think it actually is. Yeah, that's right on the edge. So it really is the edges. And I do have a... what I need to do is actually I need to make the world edges solid as well, right? Not right here because this isn't the edge of the world, but like wherever I stop generating the terrain, like, you know, on literally on the edge of the world map, I need to make solid. So like, you know, if you dig through to there, you know, it's just, you're just empty. You just go into the void. There's just a void of nothingness. Or if, you know, you dig to the bottom. I think I'm going flat earth style. With, I kind of want the world to be like a circular disc, but like it has depth to it. The disc has depth that you can dig down into. I kind of want it to where if you dig through all the way, you just fall through to the void and die. Rather than doing like the Minecraft bedrock approach where you just can't get through it. Like I want you to just fall through and end up like in purgatory or something. So is it just the edges that have missing triangles? I'm gonna check for that one right there. No, that's not. Well, yeah, it would be. Those are triangles that are directly adjacent to the edge. What was that one? Yeah, that's just a whole weird area right there. Yeah, so it is actually specifically the edge ones that are the problem. Now, maybe that remains the case when I actually turn the deletion back on. I think, no, there were some additional ones that I accidentally, yeah, what was I was going to say, it's above the height map and I want to chop it off if I'm doing an OR here and I have a tolerance. So either maybe I should reduce the tolerance, maybe do 0.1. So we're still going to do the OR if any vert of a triangle is above the height map. And it's within 0.1, or rather it's outside of 0.1, not nearly equal. Maybe we have extra triangles still in this case, we'll see. No, that deleted a lot, actually. That was worse. That was actually worse. That was worse. Okay, so this was normally. That deleted too many. So I actually want to increase the tolerance. Rerun that. See, that looks good. We still have a little chip right there. Is that the... That might be a chunk edge as well. Oh, we have those ones. Put a chunk 0, 0. Is there no chunk 0, 0? What the heck? Where's he at? Where is he at? Wait, what? I'm blind, I guess. Gotta be here somewhere. There it is. Okay. Okay, yeah, so those ones got improperly deleted. For sure. Oh, I like this little hole. It's a cute little hole. That's a cute little hole. Are those my only improperly deleted ones? No, over here it's just a nightmare as well. And that doesn't look to be on the edge of a chunk. Okay. So I'm gonna do the same thing, but let's do an and. Same tolerance, rather. Same tolerance, but let's do an and. So all three verts of the triangle have to be above the height map for me to chop it. So we're probably going to have some spiky sections, I suppose. This is probably not going to look good. There's probably going to be a lot sticking up out of the ground. Well, yeah, it didn't delete that one. But see, now we have things like that. And we can't have that. They're just invisible on the other side. Look at this other section over here. This one just... This is just a really weird area. Yeah, I need better logic for which triangles to delete. Overall, though, it does look pretty good. Okay. Oh, I think that's probably going to do it for me. I have to get off and actually work. Let's find someone to raid. Is there anyone doing Unreal Engine stuff? no one I recognize. Let's see just who's on in game dev. I guess this is a time where I don't know a whole lot of people doing game dev right now. I'm gonna raid Tim Baudet. I think that's how you say his name. I've watched him before. We're gonna send you guys over there. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Appreciate the raid, Provod. I hope I'm saying that right. Provod. But appreciate the raid. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me. I'm very happy with my progress today. We got the splines working. Yeah, I think next I'll probably be working on a few more optimizations, cleaning up some of the mess I made. And then I think beyond that, I'll be doing the three-dimensional chunk generation. So until next time, thank you all, and I'll see you then.
Thing to